news on the frontline, through the battles and the pains, with a camera in the fray and the world on our screens. We're the voice of the silence, the witness of the scenes. Headlines flashing bright, from the shadows we arise, with the truth in our hands under perilous skies. Every story told is a battle we fight. Through the darkness and the fear, we bring the light. In the chaos, in the flames, we'll stand tall, with the courage to reveal through the rise and the fall. From the embers of the war to the echoes of the call, we're the eyes of the world and we'll never stall. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth lies, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. From the ruins and the wreckage, every story's told. Through the tears and the heartbreak, the bravery unfolds. In the darkest hours, when the world's torn apart, KLW brings the stories straight from the heart. With the cameras rolling through the wreckage and the pain, we capture the reality while the world remains. Every angle, every moment in the line of fire, we're the pulse of the battlefield, never to tire. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. Through the smoke and the ruins, we'll pierce the veil. With every breath we take and every tale, we're the heartbeat of the conflict in the shadowed frail. With KLW's vision, the truth won't fail. Stand firm, we're the beacon in the fray. Through the dust and the fury, we'll light the way. In the fight for the truth, where the heroes lay. KLW, the story's here to stay. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth lies, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. So here's to the courage and the tales we unfold. In the heart of the conflict, our story's told. KLW, with the truth we hold. In the fire of the war, our legacy bold.
You can't handle the truth!
This is KLW World News coming to you live. I've been monitoring EAMs for a long time. Charlie has been monitoring EAMs for a long time. We just got an EAM like no one has ever heard before. The phones are ringing in the background. It was 8888 something. Somebody put it down. I'm sure somebody will put it into the chat. There is good reason to believe that the U.S. is about to strike Iran. With the aircraft that are moving, with the meeting that just ended, with the EAM that we just heard. If somebody's got the first digits of that EAM, would they, there it was, 888800. That's the unit they were calling, 888800. There is no unit number, 888800. And the phones were ringing off the wall in the background, and we heard a guy yell in the background, disregard, disregard. And so they disregarded the message. The simple fact that it went out, that they keyed the mic and started with that, is enough to make you aware that something is about to impact the air handling device. Also, this is going to be our primary news channel from here on out, so be sure to subscribe to this channel And yes, it was then disregarded. But the simple fact that it started going out tells us that there's something happening in the background. And the phones were ringing off the wall. So we are going to be paying close attention to everything in and around Iran. Also, very interesting that we had an MQ-4 flying north of Havana, Cuba. Cuba is, yes, we're going to still keep our Rumble channel, but this is where the primary news is going to be. Rumble paid me a whopping $18 for last month's content. So yeah, subscribe here, folks. Everybody needs to subscribe here. This is the channel that everybody needs to be subscribed to. And everybody needs to share this out, because we're going to see this first. We're going to watch this first. We know more about this than most anybody. And that goes for Tulsi TV and Goldie and all of them. They don't have a clue about what's going on with the military over there. We've sent over 100 cargo aircraft into the area. And that's, C-17s, C-5s. That's thousands and thousands and thousands of tons of weapons. So there's a lot going on. So get on this channel. Make sure you're subscribed to this channel. When it all kicks off, we're going to be members only in the chat, and plus the chat for KLW World News members. So we'll have a chat going for the KLW World News members and people who are subscribers here. I'll have to check into the flight path of what's going in and out of Brazil this week. I haven't been following that. I've been so busy trying to track every plane going in and out of Iran or next to it. We're expecting missiles and bombings to take place. The fact that we just had an 888800 go out, and he was getting into the message before they called him off. That's enough for us to alert us that it's coming. So we're going to continue to watch all the maps here. Yeah, that's right, Harlan. Call everybody you know and send them to this channel here, because we're going to have it like nobody else has got it. It went out. So we do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, folks. We got people around the world providing us with intel. In fact, I was just debating with Jack about what happened in Benghazi. I know more about Benghazi than most anybody. I was on the phone with people supporting Benghazi when Benghazi was going on. I know that Clinton was running illegal weapons through the consulate. I know that they took Stevens' hard car away. I know that the attack was carried out by the Blind Sheiks Battalion. I know that the brother of the commander of the Blind Sheiks Battalion was killed in Benghazi. I know that Stevens was murdered because there wasn't supposed to be any resistance at the consulate when the Blind Sheiks Battalion was supposed to kidnap Stevens so that he could be traded for the Blind Sheik under Obama. I know all that shit. I know the weapons that were taken. I know the weapons that were shipped through Benghazi. I know TOW missile launchers were shipped through Benghazi. I know Hillary was in charge of the whole thing. I know it was Obama's plan. I mean, I know the whole fucking thing. And it's insane. 888800 is basically a battle alarm, is what it amounts to. That's the alert to be prepared. And they just sent that out. So that was pretty much a go code. And they pulled it back. Why they pulled it back, I have no idea. But they were in the middle of sending it out. I don't know if they're delaying it. I don't know if somebody's not ready. I don't know what the reason is that they pulled it back or disregarded it, but that's right there, 888800. That's the real deal right there. So we are waiting for this to kick off. Yes, Obama and Clinton need to be arrested. You're absolutely right about that. And everybody needs to sign up here, folks. Get signed up here. Get signed up here and do it now. They have demonetized our other channel, so our only form of income is where we're at right now. So if you want us to continue to do this, we need your help. So get signed up. It's like $3 or $4 a month. We made it as cheap as we could so as many people can help us as can. Bye, wrong guy. You're on the wrong channel. You have one subscriber. Who are you to tell anybody anything, Brandon? Yeah, Buy Me a Coffee is still active. Yeah, we're aware. That's why you need to get signed up here. Virus. Thank you, Beast. You're probably a member on the other channel, Pamela. Yeah, thank you, Harlan. Thank you, Games. Thank you, Ken. Welcome, Texas. Yeah, so I'm expecting more out of these EAMs. They could be waiting on the stock market to close, and that's why they canceled it. They don't want it. They don't want it to kick off this early. Well, I appreciate you rejoining the network. We had, I think, 5 people join yesterday. If you're not a member of the KLW World News Network, you should be. Go to klwworldnews.com. And just so you know, the way this is going to work is I'm going to take questions. So when this all kicks off here, let me move this over here so you guys can see this. So basically, when this all kicks off, I'm going to take questions. These are our members all over the world. Not all of them, but some of them. We have a private app, which is how we sent out the message, the notification that this was going down. That went out first. And it'll go out. So our private app, and I'll show you this. Our private app. This is how KLW World News members communicate. We have a private app, and we share all kinds of news and images and so on and so forth on it. We have over 100 channels of news, text, talk, chat, and information. I can go here to the channels. These are all the channels. And each channel is either text, talk, or a combination thereof. And so you join this. We put a secure app. Now our app has, it's AES 256-bit encrypted, so nobody can hear what we're saying. Nothing is stored. So it'll stay on the server for 24 hours, and that's it. At the end of 24 hours, it's automatic deleted. So every minute, it deletes what happened 24 hours ago. Next minute, what happens 24 hours ago. So it only holds it for 24 hours. It doesn't recycle it at midnight. Every minute of the day, it erases what happened 24 hours ago during that minute. So it doesn't store anything. That also goes for the GPS. We don't even store that for a second. This is real-time positions or the last known position. In fact, I actually had to have them change the software to be able to do the last known position, and that's the grays right here. And people go, well, Lee, why do you want the last known position? And well, I'll tell you why. If you end up missing, say you go out hiking and you fall off the edge of a cliff, and when you land at the bottom of that cliff, if you land on your phone and it smashes your phone, or you lose cellular communications because you're down in that cliff, I need to know where to send emergency people to try to find you. If I don't know your last known position, I have no way to help your family find you. So I had to get the company to change the software, and this is why you can't use standard ES chat on the KLW World News Network. The software for KLW World News is different than any other software in the world. It's exclusively modified for us, for the KLW World News safety net. So that's why there are gray pins. So if you're out hiking in the mountains and your phone goes dead, or if somebody abducts you or whatever happens to you and they come to us, we need to be able to help you. And this is why some people even put, there's the Iranians right there, they're leaving. See that? The Iranians have left. So, for us to be able to help you, let me go back to this. For us to be able to help you, two things have to happen. One, you have to have the GPS on, and two, we had to have this software modified. Now you go, Lee, well, why do you want to know where your people are? That's because we provide a safety net. If there's an active shooter, if there's flooding, if there's a tornado coming towards your house, if there's a toxic gas release, whatever it is, whenever it happens, we overlay where that disaster area is or whatever it is with our map to see if we have any members in the area. And if we do, we directly notify them of what's going on. And we're enhancing that the Iranians announced that talks are going to continue for days. The Americans didn't announce that. Also, the Iranians said they were not going to bow down to nuclear talks, that they're not going to do that. The Iranians said they would not do nuclear negotiations. They didn't. The Iranians said they were not going to agree to that. That's a game stopper right there. So what the Iranians said was, we ain't doing it. And the U.S. is not going to play the game of, we ain't doing it. She's modded now, Marvel. So is there anybody else that needs to be modded here, by the way? So, this is what's going on. What you have to listen to what they say. You have to listen to what the Iranians say, and you have to listen to what the U.S. says. What the Iranians said was they were not agreeing to the nuclear terms. Correct. The Iranians also declined Russia's invite to store the nuclear materials in Russia. She's modded, Harlan. So the Iranians. All right, thank you, Cycle. Yeah, the CENTCOM guy wanted to be there. He wanted to. Oh no, you're not going to see an uptick in traffic. We're going to wait till they get out of there. We haven't seen the U.S. plane take off yet. Okay, this is the Iranian plane. We haven't seen the U.S. plane leave yet. And I think that's what transpired is they were getting ready to send the shit out, and the U.S. delegation is still on the ground. And they don't want the U.S. delegation still on the ground when they kick it off. It's not the U.S. buying time, it's the Iranians that are buying time. Yeah, the uraniums. That's a good one. That's a real good one. We'll have to remember that, the uraniums. So the Iranians with the uranium. The uraniums are Iranians that want to keep uranium, just so you know. It's just for the definition. Uraniums is an Iranian that wants to keep uranium. That's some funny shit right there. Told you. Silver has nothing to do with this channel. Melon, if you want to do that, you have to do it here. And we have our own app. We don't need to create an app. We have our own app. This is it. We have our own app. We have our own connections. We have our own channels. Everything's right here. We've got it right there. So. No. What do you mean, can you get mod? Are you a mod, Rocky? Yes, if you can download the app if you're a KLW World News member. So you sign up as a KLW World News member. You go to klwworldnews.com, get signed up, and when you sign up, you'll get an invitation to our secure app. It's AES 256-bit encrypted. So you will get sent the link to the app when you sign up as a member. And it only works for members. That's the way that ball bounces. So, and yes, you download it. So just go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up. There you go. I'll put it at the top of the chat. This is how we communicate. Our members communicate across this all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In fact, we send thousands of messages a day. Yes, they have gone very quiet since 888800. They have not said a word since 888800. Not a word. What do you mean? This is our main channel right here, right, Tracy? They demonetized our other channel. Yep, I was demonetized overnight. Yep, that's exactly right. So everybody needs to sign up here. They demonetized our other channel. When did you sign up? Grok Bader? Yeah. Yeah, they demonetized my other channel overnight. So this is the only monetized. Oh no, you won't get it in an hour. It's going to take, it may take up to 2 days. Because it has to be verified that you signed up. That has to go to us. Once it goes to us, we have to fill out your application. Then once we fill out your application, then that has to be sent to ES Chat. Then it has to be processed at ES Chat, and then the email has to be sent to you. So it takes a little bit. Also, check your spam, yes. Yeah, you'll get it. Then go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up there. That's the place to get signed up for the main app to become a full-blown member. And also, we got a hell of a class this weekend. So for those of you guys who are getting signed up this week, well, hopefully you'll get it. We've got a big class on Sunday at 3 o'clock Central Time. So we'll send out the invitation over the app. It's going to be a major event here when this kicks off. This is going to be a major, major event. And I love how they just went dead silent after that last one. So, do you buy coffee first and then picking them out? You know, I'm going to be honest with you, Tracy. I don't know. I've never used that. You can donate here or you can donate straight to us. Yeah, you cannot use our app on a PC. Thank you, Hill. It's $35 a month to be on the network. That gets you the classes, that gets you the app, that gets you the safety net, that gets you the 100 channels of news, text, talk, and chat, that gets you the private streams. All that comes for $35 a month. Yeah, so just go to klwworldnews.com and pick the membership that you want. And like I said, a lot of people have been signing up. As we get closer to the fecal matter impacting the air handling device, more people are signing up. No, that membership doesn't carry over, and in fact, it's been suspended. So if you're signed up on the other one, they're not billing you over there anymore. You will get it from the App Store once you get the invitation from us. So basically, the way it works is you will sign up for the service. When you sign up for the service, once your credit card transaction has went through, we get a notification from our credit card processor. The credit card processor sends us an email that says, this person with this email address signed up for your service. That comes in, that goes to Marcelo. Marcelo then has to fill out an application. It's got your email address on it, our account, what channels we want you to have, and Marcelo has to fill all that out. And also, we have to apply for an encryption key for you because this is AES 256-bit encryption. It's the best encryption that the public can get, or one of the best encryptions. So we have to apply for that encryption key for you because you have a private encryption key to talk to our encrypted network. That application is then sent to ESChat. ESChat then goes through and approves the application, and then they will send you an invite to our app. If you go to the App Store and download ESChat from the App Store, it won't work because that is for ESChat's service. It's not for KLW World News Service. So you have to have the invitation from them and go to the link that they give you. If you use the other one, it won't work. We've had people do that before. I downloaded it, it works. No, it won't work. That's right, because you downloaded it from the App Store without our invitation. So you have to, my God, who did that? Thank you, Tripod. Appreciate it, buddy. So you have to download our encrypted app. That's the only way you can get on. If you don't download our encrypted app that's specific for KLW World News, it won't work. So we have our own app. It goes on your phone. It goes on your tablet. It allows you, and let me show you something here. Everybody go to comms check. Y'all ready? Go to comms check. Let me show you how this works, folks. We're going to have people check in from around the world. Watch this. Comms check. Where are you checking in from? This is how fast our network works.
Whispering Pine, Florida. Northeast PA.
Northwest Indiana.
Upstate New York.
Ontario, Canada. North Texas.
Winter Springs, Florida.
Orange County, California. Erie, Illinois. California. Michigan Coast.
We got people in Europe.
Western North Carolina.
And this is people in our
Upstate
network.
New York. North Georgia.
South Central Idaho.
Southern Oregon. Central New Jersey.
Yes, you can sign up just like that.
Live Oak, Florida, just in case.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay.
Eastern Washington.
Yes, our app works on everything. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. So it works on iPhone, works on
Oregon.
smartphone, works on all kinds of stuff. Pretty much any smartphone or any tablet. And let's see here. Yeah, it works on Apple devices. Absolutely. It works on Apple devices. So, Platinum members get extra conference calls and roundtables, and I'm going to add a channel for Platinums and a channel for Golds. And that way, I can actually contact directly the Platinums and the Golds. And let you guys know when we're going to do a private. So I'm going to set that up because I'm going to do more private stuff with our Platinums and our Golds. I didn't ban you because I disagreed with you. I banned you because you're an asshole. And that we don't allow assholes. Oh, there will be. Yeah, there will be. There's a lot of changes coming to KLW World News right now. Who was that?
En route to Dothan, Alabama.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, guys. If there's no power, how will we communicate? That's simple. We have our own private radio network, global communications network. In fact, our members were talking all over the country with it this morning. So we have over 100 frequencies on across 3 separate bands, actually across 4 separate bands. We have HF, low band, VHF, and UHF frequencies. Actually, we have 900 megahertz frequencies too. So we have 5 bands that you can operate in. Yeah. On your right, what's the orange handset like a phone? This right here? This is what you're talking about? This is my global tracking system. This is my inReach. And then when I went to Ukraine, this is the one that the government gave me to take with me. So yeah, our system works without internet. Our system works without. So this is an inReach, is what that is. This is my collection of radios here, if you haven't noticed. Yes, if the grid goes down, if the internet goes down, if your phone lines go down, if the power goes out, our radio system still works. We're the only news organization in the world with a radio system nationwide and worldwide that still works. If the grid is down, if the internet is down, if your phone lines are down and the power's out, everything's gone, you can turn off all forms of communications on the planet and ours still works. Yes, we can still communicate. And we test that every day. Every single day, our members get on here and test it. And we do it on weekends, too. We'll do it this weekend as well. So, Well, I don't know. I do not provide financial advice. I am not a financial advisor, so I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. I'll tell you what I do with my money. I invest in myself. I have extra food. I have extra weapons. I've got a water supply. I've got a water tank. I've got solar panels. I've got inverters. I've got EMP protection. I've got communications equipment. I got surveillance equipment. I invest in myself. So, yeah, when it hits the fan, there won't be any digital currency. Just remember that. Your Bitcoin will be worth nothing when the grid goes down. That's the fact. So let's see what else we want to give you guys here. Let me get back to this. Keep an eye on this. We're waiting on this to kick off. Well, there's numerous ways to EMP proof the system. First is a shunt in the line from the antenna. That stops the EMP from coming through the antenna into your radio. The second is the system powers the shunts that you can put onto, they're called toroids, that you can put onto the power lines going into your radio. Additionally, we have a lot of stuff that is stored already into Faraday cages. So in the event of an EMP, you just open up that Faraday cage and take your radio equipment out. We don't recommend taking out any radio equipment until at least 3 days after the EMP. Yeah, I have inverters in EMP Faraday cages. So I've got battery chargers in Faraday cages. I got radios in Faraday cages. I've got inverters in Faraday cages. I've got charge controllers in Faraday cages. I even have solar panels in Faraday cages. And the way I do it is I have a metal building, actually a solid steel shipping container, and then I have Faraday cages inside of those containers as well. Smurf you. Are you on the network? So yeah, we're protected. So our goal is to keep our people on the network. Yes, I have Faraday cages within Faraday cages. Yes, it will be. After an EMP, propagation will go down. That's why we have HF frequencies, low band frequencies, VHF frequencies, UHF frequencies, and 900 megahertz frequencies. So we're on 5 different bands. And so we can operate on anything we need to. So depending upon what the propagation is, and so we have frequencies to talk around the world, we have frequencies to talk across the country, we have frequencies to talk across the region, we have frequencies to talk across the county, and we have frequencies to talk local tactical. So 5 different sets of frequencies. And we're going to be talking about that propagation this weekend. That's one of the things that we're working on. We also have our own group of frequencies that you program into the radio. You purchase the radio, we'll send you the key, and you program it into your radio, and it has all of our frequencies already programmed into it. But again, you got to be a member to do that. Yes, and I have a 270-foot long antenna on my SDR here at the studio. In fact, you can see that right there. That is our SDR here at the studio, and I can operate that here right off the server. So I can come up here, I can go there. If I want to change the frequency on that, I can. You can see my mouse moving around on it there. If I want to turn the volume up, turn the squelch back, we can do all that. Uh, 888800 is an alert code. The KLW World News Radio is, how much is this thing now? $100? Is that it? If you bought the one we had originally, it was $1,000, but that's digitally encrypted. But the new one is $100. This is what the new one looks like. Right here. That's the new one. Yes, we got a spectrum analyzer. Where's that other antenna? Uh-oh. I'll find it. It's here somewhere. So maybe I'll clean all this up. What's Charlie's opinion on it? Charlie has the same opinion I did. So. Yeah, it's a go signal. Here we go.
Absentee, standing by for traffic.
Yeah. Yeah, $95 plus shipping.
Say again, this is absentee, standing by for traffic. This is absentee out.
That was only a European broadcast. I wonder why that is. Yeah, so that's the radio. So get on the network and we'll get you hooked up. That's what you need to do. So go to KW World News. Yeah, I know. I got it. You know, I don't know if they are on my store or not. They should be, but I don't know if they're not or not. So welcome all the new members. Stand by. Hey, Crystal Ball, you're not on my network. Nobody knows who you are. You're getting unmodded. Don't lie to me. All right, so we are waiting on the EAM to come out to kick this off. We got a go signal a little while ago, and they canceled it when they first started putting it out. And we think that is because U.S. military personnel, or excuse me, our people have not left Oman yet. Yeah, this is going to be the main channel right here, Spring. Yeah, the Iranians are stalling. Is basically what it amounts to. The Iranians are stalling. So the Go code, they started sending the Go code and then they canceled it. And we're not sure why they canceled it, but they started sending it out. So we're waiting for them to send it again. That should be kicking off. Oh, yeah. Is there another channel that the Iranians can attack? Absolutely. They can attack Iran. They can attack Saudi Arabia. They can attack United Arab Emirates. They can attack Oman. They can attack Israel. They can attack a lot of countries. Qatar, any country that the U.S. has a military base in the area, they could attack those 14 military bases. Yes, Carl, we have our own HF, VHF, UHF, and 800 megahertz radio frequencies, and so when we are applying now for multiple 1,000-watt transmitters to be placed all over the United States. So after an EMP, we can still broadcast, we can still talk, and we can talk back and forth. It's one thing for somebody to be able to broadcast and everybody to be able to listen. KLW World News isn't set up that way. KLW World News is set up so as that one news broadcast station can gather news from around their area and relay it to another KLW World News broadcast station, and then that KLW World News broadcast station gathers information from around their area and from the others, and they feed it all back to us, and then we feed it back out. So it's a bi-directional communication system. There's no other news outlet in the world that does that. There's no other news outlet in the world that has frequencies all over the United States and global communications capability. There's no other news outlet that has two-way directional radios or bidirectional radios with their members. We have HF frequencies. That's from 2 megahertz to 30 megahertz. We have VHF low-band frequencies. Those are from 30 megahertz to 50 megahertz. We have VHF frequencies. Those are from the 150s to the 160s. We have UHF frequencies. Those are from 458 or 453 up to 460s. And we have 800 megahertz frequencies. We have over 100 frequencies. So there's no other news organization in the world that does this or has this. And it's taken us 7 years to do this. We've been working on this for 7 years to be able to have what we have. We have fought the FCC tooth and nail to get the frequencies that we have. And our people are working on it every day to continue to increase the number of frequencies. When we started out with this radio right here, we had 4 frequencies. Now we've got 100 and some frequencies. That's how far we've come from this radio. Yes, I'm training people. We do training every week almost. We do training. We do communications. We have classes. We teach everything. This is a class coming up. One of our future classes is this right here, teaching you how to bore sight a weapon with a laser without firing a shot. That's going to be a class coming up. Okay? We teach you lights to use when the grid goes down and in tactical situations. We show you what to buy and how to use it. We show you how to charge your radios. We show you how to charge all of your equipment. We teach you everything. We teach you how to purify water. There you go. All the Sun's been with us for 7 years. We teach you tactical radio antennas. You can take this anywhere and talk around the world. That's all you got to have right there. That's the whole thing. We got the small radios up here. You can take this and that and go anywhere in the world and talk to people all over the world. Just with these two things. That way you need a battery and a solar panel for that. I know, by the way, we show you those too. So everything you need, you know, we teach you about holsters, what to put on it. We don't talk about pews on YouTube, but we teach you what to put on the top, what to put on here, how to charge it. Imagine that. Let's say you have a weapon. You have a thermal weapon sight. How are you going to charge that thermal weapon sight? Say you got a light on the end of your weapon. Say you got a laser on the end of your weapon. How are you going to charge that? We teach that also. And not only do we teach that, we show you where to buy the parts to do that. The antenna isn't much. I think it's like $100 or something. Let me show you guys here. Where's my shit hit the fan store? Yeah, I keep you educated. I teach you. Look, guys, I used to spend billions of your dollars. I was a senior technologist for the U.S. Army, senior technical staff for CECOM, Communications and Electronics Command. I've worked with some of the most advanced technology in the world and did for 30 years. And what I do now is I teach you what I know. You can't get this in a college. You can't go to MIT. You can't go to Harvard. You can't go anywhere and learn what I'm going to teach you here. There's nobody else that does what I do. And no matter how much YouTube wants to shut me down, how much Rumble wants to shut me down, how much any of these other platforms want to shut me down, it will never fucking happen because I own my own network. And so because I own my own network, I'm still live when nobody else is. Rumble, YouTube, the internet, cellular telephones, satellite communications, all that shit can be cut off, and I'm still going to talk. That's the great part about the KLW World News Network. And you will too. That's the best part. I don't think I was on Doomsday Prepper. However, I can never remember his name. No, it won't work on a rad tail. That antenna is made for the HF radio up here. That's made for the G90. That you don't want to use take that Bowfang and give it to somebody you hate. That's what you do with the Bowfang. Dr. Arthur Bradley. I'm friends with Dr. Arthur Bradley. So, actually, I've got here. The Russians think that they have fixed the Starlink problem. I'll have to show you that. Be sure to be here tonight at tonight's news broadcast. I'll show you. Russia thinks that they have. In fact, Belarus came up with a solution for the Starlink. You got to see this. Be sure to be here for tonight's news broadcast. I'm going to show that. Yeah, it's a collage. The guy's got a printer with two antennas mounted on it. It's hilarious. Wait till you see this tonight. I'm not going to show it now because I'm not going to spoil it for everybody. But you wait till you see it tonight. It's hilarious. So. They've got you. You'll have to see the Belarusian radio system. So anyway, yeah, get on the network. Go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up, and you'll be able to see how our radio system works. Yes, disasterprepare.com for Dr. Arthur Bradley's. Yeah, you got to see it. I'd love to show it to you right now, but I don't want to wait. I don't want to ruin it for tonight. It's going to be tonight's comedy hour piece. I try to show something funny on the news every night, and tonight is going to be the new Starlink system from Russia. Yeah, so just get on the network. And we are working on, is Marple in here? And Ann? There you go. You got a 7100. You're the man, Jim. Or John, I mean. And this the 7100 is what I use. This is my 7100 right here. So it's tri-band. Technically, it's actually quad band. Marple, how are we doing on the freak? Can I call you on the phone? Now that we're waiting here. Well, I don't know if I can call you on the phone or not, but I'm going to do it anyway. Put you on the spot. Watch this.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
How are you?
Doing okay. I forwarded the list to Ann to work on it.
Okay, so we're working on that. Good.
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right.
All right.
And
Tell everybody hi from me.
you're live on the air, so you can tell everybody hi yourself.
Uh-oh. That's a scary thing if I'm live on the air.
Yeah, I know. The ratings are going to go through the floor now. No, just fucking with
Okay.
you. Okay, so you forward that on to her.
Yes. All right. Tell everybody hi from me. You're live on the air.
All right, so, all right. I got fed up, and we talked, spoken about me having an SDR here because of here where we live. Yep, I understand that. Good thing to do. All right, so thank you, Marple. Do we have a ETA on her working on that? It won't be this weekend, right? Be next weekend, maybe. Well,
It might be, but let's plan the following weekend.
okay, well, no. The following weekend is Valentine's Day, and we are not.
That's right. That's
we're
right.
not doing a
Yeah,
class.
but she should be done with it fairly soon, sir.
Yep. All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So the list should be done pretty soon. Now let me tell you how this list is going to work. And just so you guys know, folks, I'm talking about stuff here in public that we don't normally talk about in public. This is all normally private, but we got so many members here right now. Well, I'll say it. As soon as the list is done, I'm going to test the list through the radios here. If the list works out fine, then we're going to share it. Probably won't be done this weekend. We hope it will be, but probably won't be. Next weekend, we are not doing a class because it's Valentine's Day, and we want to let people enjoy Valentine's Day with their family and their wives and husbands and so on and so forth. But the following weekend, we're going to be doing classes again. So you need to get your feces consolidated. This is what I wanted to show you guys. The Iranians have now launched a drone over here, and somebody said that the Americans were getting ready to leave out, but I don't see their plane. But the Iranians have launched a drone. The Iranians have taken off here, and I thought this was interesting that Iran 05 is not going back to Tehran. They're going out over the Persian Gulf, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Iran 05. That's not making good sense to me. And we are still waiting on the go signal. So, and I'm wondering if the U.S. delegation left and did not turn their transponder on. Has anybody seen the U.S. delegation leave? Anybody at all? I don't see their plane anywhere. See that? Ooh, there's a Ranger. Yeah, I do not see the U.S. delegation at all. Not at all. And it is currently, yeah, it's currently 9:10 p.m. 9:17 p.m. over there. Excuse me. They're meeting somebody in Qatar. Well, if that's what they're going to do, they've already blown past that. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if transponder's off too. Okay, so normally, here, let's get Charlie on the horn. Charlie! Charlie to the phone. Charlie to the phone. I'm calling you, Charlie.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
I got you live on the air.
Okay. Let me turn off the volume here on your program. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so people want to know why we think this is a ghost signal and what a ghost signal is. So I'd like for you to explain what standard EAMs sound like as far as the number letter combination of the address, and then that compared to what we saw or heard just an hour ago.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready now. The mic is yours.
All righty. Okay, folks. A standard EAM is a 30-character message. It starts out with 6 characters. I'm just going to use a simple example. Alpha, Beta, Charlie, David, Echo, Frank. Okay? It's said 3 times in a row, and they'll say stand by. Then on the 4th time is when the message actually starts. It'll say, after that 3rd one, it'll say message follows. Then you'll hear those 6 characters again, plus the regular message. Okay? That is a standard EAM. Standards are 30 character. Now, in this particular case right here, when it started out, it didn't even say all stations, if my memory serves me correctly. It started out with the number 888800, and then it went 61633 Alpha Alpha Echo Echo, and then was disregarded. That has not happened before.
Ever.
Ever.
So that's a go signal to us.
Okay, got EAM.
Hold on.
Absentee, break. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, standby. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, standby. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, standby. Message follows. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, Mike, Juliet, Charlie, 4, Mike, Yankee, Tango, Hotel, 7, Tango, 6, Delta, Hotel, Kilo, 4, Foxtrot, 7, Hotel, Alpha, Juliet, Victor, Bravo, Delta, Victor. I say again, Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, Mike, Juliet, Charlie, 4, Mike, Yankee, Tango, Hotel, 7, Tango, 6, Delta, Hotel, Kilo, 4, Foxtrot, 7, Hotel, Alpha, Juliet, Victor, Bravo, Delta, Victor. This is absentee out.
All right, Charlie, you're back. Now, Mark said he's heard it before, but I've never heard it before. You've never heard it before, and I don't know anybody else on the network that's ever heard it before.
No, I've never heard it before, and I've listened for 10 years.
Yep. So.
Now, if Marple heard it somewhere else...
not Marple, Mark.
Oh, if Mark heard it somewhere else, it might have been when they were doing some type of an exercise, and it would have been on a different channel.
Yeah, no, he's saying it was, he said April 15th of 2015. I don't know what happened on April 15th.
I'll have to look back and see. I really don't know.
Okay.
But,
okay.
ladies and gentlemen, that was what you heard there was a perfect example of a standard EAM. And you make the comparison, it wasn't anything like we heard earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything else that you'd like to know? Or
No, that's good for me right now.
Well, we're just sitting and waiting right now. But it's going to kick off, and I dare say after that message, it's going to kick off today.
Yeah.
More than likely, knowing Trump's patterns and the stock market, he'll wait till the stock market closes.
This is absentee, break, Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, stand by, Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, stand by, Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, stand by, message follows, Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-ray, Mike, Juliet, Charlie, 4, Mike, Yankee, Tango, Hotel, 7, Tango, 6, Delta, Hotel. Disregard the transmission. This is absentee out.
All right, he's got problems. He's now disregarded another one.
Okay. Well, you see, I had everything turned.
So, Mark, your 888800 falls in line with an attack on the Houthis. Also, there was a major escalation on April the 15th between the U.S. and Ukraine. Or excuse me, between Russia and Ukraine on April the 15th.
Stations, all stations.
Here we go.
This is absentee, break, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Juliet, Zulu, stand by, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Juliet, Zulu, stand by, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Juliet, Zulu, stand by, message follows, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Juliet, Zulu, November, Foxtrot, Yankee, Accurate, Delta, 2, 0, 5, 6, Tango, 3, 5, Zulu, Kilo, Tango, Delta, Oscar, Bravo, Charlie, 7, Juliet, Alpha, Yankee, Tango. I say again,
All right, so just like we just coordinated, so to April the 15th, there was an attack on the Houthis from the U.S. Okay, and the code was there. Mark heard it, we didn't hear it, but there was a major attack on the Houthis on April the 15th. So that's a prime example of they used that code and there was an attack.
Makes sense.
So that goes right back to what we're saying as a go code. So I think what's happening is they want something different done, and that's why they disregarded the go code. And now what they want different being done is being sent out. That's the changes that you're hearing. That's why he even had a disregard in the message and then came back with the correction. Because this is, this is right before the snap. So they want to make sure that everybody is going to run the play that they want played.
Yeah, it's kind of like the crack before the snap.
Yeah. Yeah. So, let's see.
All stations.
Here we go.
All stations.
These are global, by the way.
Absentee. Absentee. Break. Lima. Quebec. Papa. Foxtrot. Juliet. Zulu. Standby. Lima. Quebec. Papa. Foxtrot. Juliet. Zulu. Standby. Lima. Quebec. Papa. Foxtrot. Juliet. Zulu. Standby. Message follows. Lima. Quebec. Papa. Foxtrot. Juliet. Zulu. November. Foxtrot. Yankee. X-ray. Delta. 2. Kilo. 5. 6. Tango. 3. 5. Zulu. Kilo. Tango. Delta. Oscar. Bravo. Charlie. 7. Juliet. Alpha. Yankee. Tango. I say again. Lima. Quebec. Papa. Foxtrot. Juliet. Zulu. November. Foxtrot. Yankee. X-ray. Delta. 2. Kilo. 5. 6. Tango. 3. 5. Zulu. Kilo. Tango. Delta. Oscar. Bravo. Charlie. 7. Juliet. Alpha. Yankee. Tango. This is absentee. Out.
I have a feeling that won't be the last we hear from him.
All stations. All stations. This is absentee. Absentee. Break. Lima. Quebec. Tango. Charlie. Quebec. Charlie. Standby. Lima. Quebec. Tango. Charlie. Quebec. Charlie. Standby. Lima. Quebec. Tango. Charlie. Quebec. Charlie. Stand by. Message follows. Lima, Quebec, Tango, Charlie, Quebec, Charlie, 6, Zulu, Victor, Hotel, Romeo, Sierra, Hotel, 7, Uniform, Lima, Uniform, 3, Foxtrot, Juliet, X-Ray, Romeo, Uniform, Uniform, Echo, Hotel, Delta, Juliet, Romeo, 7, I take it, Lima, Quebec, Tango, Charlie, Quebec, Charlie, 6, Zulu, Victor, Hotel, Romeo, Sierra, Hotel, 7, Uniform, Lima, Uniform, 3, Foxtrot, Juliet, X-Ray, Romeo, Uniform, Uniform, Echo, Hotel, Delta, Juliet, Romeo, 7, this is absentee, out. All stations, this is absentee, break. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-Ray, standby. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-Ray, standby. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-Ray, standby. Message follows. Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-Ray, Mike, Juliet, Charlie, 4, Mike, Yankee, Tango, Hotel, 7, Tango, 6, Delta, Hotel, Kilo, 4, Foxtrot, 7, Hotel, Alpha, Juliet, Victor, Bravo, Delta, Victor, I say again, Lima, Quebec, 4, Golf, Juliet, X-Ray, Mike, Juliet, Charlie, 4, Mike, Yankee, Tango, Hotel, 7, Tango, 6, Delta, Hotel, Kilo, 4, Foxtrot, 7, Hotel, Alpha, Juliet, Victor, Bravo, Delta, Victor. This is absentee out.
All right, folks. So, United States Navy Beechcraft.
This is
You're on.
absentee. Absentee. Standing by for traffic.
So C-12 just took off.
I say again, this is absentee. Absentee. Standing by for traffic.
So C-12 just took off. This is an intelligence gathering plane. This Huron right here.
This is absentee. Absentee. Out.
So we need to pay attention to this bird right here. This one right here. Let me go full screen on that. This one right here. We need to pay attention to this bird. Okay. This is a intelligence gathering aircraft.
All stations. All stations. This is absentee. Absentee. Break. 4 milk 3-1. 4 milk 3-1.
That's special operations.
Uniform. 3. India. Papa. Kilo. Papa. Standby. Uniform. 3. India. Papa. Kilo. Papa. Standby. Uniform. 3. India. Papa. Kilo. Papa. Standby. Message follows. Uniform. 3. India. Papa. Kilo. Papa. Whiskey. 2. Alpha. 4. Alpha. Uniform. Mike. Uniform. Quebec. Romeo. Oscar. Oscar. Alpha. Sierra. Oscar. 5. November. Kilo. Golf. Kilo. Charlie. India. November. November. I say again. 4 milk 3-1. 4 milk 3-1. Uniform. 3. India. Papa. Kilo. Papa. Whiskey. 2. Alpha. 4. Alpha. Uniform. Mike. Uniform. Quebec. Romeo. Oscar. Oscar. Alpha. Sierra. Oscar. 5. November. Kilo. Golf. Kilo. Charlie. India. November. November. This is absentee. Out.
All right, I still don't think they're done. The Beechcraft is an intelligence gathering aircraft. It's got antennas all over the outside of it. It listens to everything from DC to daylight. So, right, and again, like he says about the market, I'm not sure Trump really gives a shit about what the market does. Trump's going to do what Trump's going to do, and it's timed based upon what the best time to hit is, not what the markets are doing. However, it could be close because it's 9:43 p.m. in Tehran right now, and we've only got 3 hours and 45 minutes left of the market. So it could happen right when the market does close, but it's the way it sounds with what we're hearing with the go code being sent out and then told to hold off or to cancel it, to disregard, and then hearing the back-to-back pretty much EAMs thereafter, even EAMs being changed in the middle of EAMs. Yeah, 3 hours, 46 minutes. Is that what it is? 3 hours, 46? Yeah. 3 hours, 46 minutes until it closes. There's 3 hours and 46 minutes from now for them would be at 2 a.m. or 2:30 a.m. So they could coincide. The weather over Iran is great for bombing all the time. I mean, anytime you ask, it comes back.
Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran.
I mean, they'll tell you do that anytime. So it's not like Iran has storms and all kinds of stuff that'll interfere with it. It's pretty dry over there. It's pretty clear over there. So we can go pretty much at any time. Yeah, the stock market closes at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is, let's give me 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is just 3 hours and 45 minutes from now. Or excuse me, 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, Eastern Time. So, yeah, it won't take long. So, very interesting. But yeah, we need to keep an eye on this bird here in the lower right-hand corner, and then all of the birds throughout the region here. Now, also, I want to show you this. We got a P8 over here. Okay, you see this? This P8 off of Lebanon and Syria. Now, this is very telling because Israel is worried about Hamas and Hezbollah striking from Lebanon and Syria into Israel, and they've got a P8 up flying along the border here. So if this kicks off over in Iran, there could be attacks coming out of here, and this P8 is up here having a look at this. So everything looks just like it should for an attack. Okay, the P8 is up. We've got the Huron up. Still not sure why the U.S. has not shown up as far as leaving out of Oman, but there's a good possibility that they left with their transponder off, is what I'm beginning to think. So who this? See, that's still Oman Royal Air Force sitting there. So it's getting more interesting by the minute. There's a possibility that they will wait for the markets to close. Absolutely. There is that possibility. I want to move this over here because I want to see if we see anything out of Europe. Moving over there. So we will keep an eye on that. Everybody's headed back on to Mother Russia here. All right, roger that. We got numerous doomsday planes. I think we got 4 of them now. Supposed to be getting a couple more. I think that'll do for covering Europe there. Keep an eye down here. Now, folks, I'm going to be honest with you. It is now 12 o'clock, and yours truly has not eaten at all. So you're going to have to bear with me while I run into the kitchen and grab a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So I got something to put on my stomach here because I'm not supposed to take medication and vitamins without eating, and I did. So I got to go get something to eat real quick. Milk 31 is somebody special because they have a code name. All right, good. They landed in Qatar. We're going to open this up, so we got to look see here. That's at 7:47 that came in. Oh, he looped around. There we go. Yes, I did eat four chickens last night, and I haven't had anything since. So, you have to remember, I'm a growing boy. It's just now that I'm growing out, not growing up. So give me a moment. I'll be back.
Get to the chopper!
All right, I'm back. A PBJ. That's an ALE right there. Hear that? ALE? It's automatic link establishment, that tone. Anyway, I'm back with a PBJ, a pack of crackers, and a glass of lemonade. And the goats, well, they're not going to do that. Yeah, roger that, Dark Star. That or strawberry. All right, so we got ALE attempting to establish. That's that tone, automatic link establishment. And it is a modem. It's a modem for a two-way radio. Very similar to the one we use here at KLW World News. See, that's their modem. This is ours. So, same thing. We were planning on upgrading to a new modem, but
we don't have any money.
So we're going to stick with the one we got.
Bomb, 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 Iran.
Also, they're doing the ALE on 890902, which tells me that it's nighttime where they're doing that. Oh, I love me some biscuits and gravy. Oh, biscuits and gravy are good anytime. What do you mean breakfast? Bananas and rice. What are you, Somali? They may be leering, but we's educated. We even teach sped reading. You learned that before you leave. Spider, I don't know the answer to that question. Well, thank you, Jenny. Likewise. Glad to have you here. Now, this is the interesting thing to me. You see this P8 right here? They're definitely looking for something. Oh, excuse me. It sure looks like it's happening tonight. It looks like it's already started here. Look at the P8 off the coast of Lebanon. That's an indicator right there. And I'm going to move this map over here. We're going to take all the filters off this one so we can check the airspace to see when Iran becomes a vacant area. Yeah, Doc, because you told me you were a mod and you're not. Yeah, we should see some type of a no-fly zone pop up. So we're looking for that now. That's why we put up this map over here on the left, lower left, to see when that takes place. And then here in a little bit when it kicks off, I'll show you guys my attack list. These are the spots that I would attack, but I'm not going to show you that until it takes place. By then, it'll be too late for the Iranians. Let me rephrase that. The Islamic regime Yeah, the no flex zone. So, well, we already see the vast majority of commercial aircraft flying around it now. Yeah, roger that. We had Skyglass. It's a E37B now. or looking glass. It could be, but I think they're monitoring radio communications for anything that Hezbollah or Hamas may have planned coming out of Lebanon to attack Israel. I think this is a preemptive scan of the area is what we're seeing with the P8. Also, we're going to keep an eye on Stupa 06. You can see there in the upper left-hand corner. They just left out of Oklahoma, and they're headed east. The EAM that you heard where it sounded like the guy with the oxygen mask on, that's coming from that bird. We picked that up on the big one here at the KLW World News Studio. So we know that he was close to us. We were picking him up. And again, 2 EAMs on top of each other. Oh, they're using radios now that their beepers are no longer. So we're going to continue to monitor it here because things look like and sound like they are about to get rather active. Again, I still can't believe that the U.S. entourage is still in Oman. No, not a B-52. That's an E-6B. That's the command and control aircraft. Yeah, roger that. 3 choices: upstairs, downstairs, or out the blast doors. I did a tour of a Minuteman facility, and I actually gave the tour. Let me see if I can find it. I actually think I have it here. Wow, I don't have it on here. I should air that sometime on here, since it's not on this channel. I don't see it. I'm surprised I didn't upload that here. Oh, jamming. Well, let me see if I can find that. While y'all are here, that might make for some. That's interesting. Here we go. All right, folks, we are here. We are entering the missile silo. And we've got this fine gentleman here giving us the tour. Yes. After you, sir.
We got 55 steps to go down right now.
All right, now a couple things. This is the beginning of the 55 steps, but this is the second phone call point, correct?
That is correct.
This is the second phone call, so they would have made a phone call outside, and they would have had to have gotten here within 3 minutes.
Correct.
And then
that can that they get the code at the
that's
entrance.
right. Yeah. So once they get the code to get into the entrance. Oh wow, that's interesting. For some reason, that audio is not coming through. So I'm going to have to figure out why. Let me let this play and see why that is not coming through. Because that should be coming in to here. So I need to, wow. Yeah, I need to figure out why. that audio is not coming in. Hold on, let me see here. Let me go to quad. Yeah, let me see if I can fix that. Yeah, but it was coming through the microphone.
All stations, this is Ringpole. Ringpole. Yeah. X-ray. 4. Hotel. 3. Lima. Check. X. 4. Hotel. 3. Stand by. Yeah. X-ray. 4. Hotel. 3. Stand by. Message followed. Lima. Again. X-ray. 4. Hotel. 3. Sierra. Oscar. Romeo. Charlie. Kilo. 3. Lima. Juliet. Foxtrot. Bravo. Papa. Tango. Foxtrot. Papa. Foxtrot. Whiskey. Tango. November. Kilo. Whiskey. Hotel. Oscar. 5. Lima. I say again. Lima. Quebec. X-ray. 4. Hotel. 3. Sierra. Oscar. Romeo. Charlie. Kilo. 3. Lima. Juliet. Foxtrot. Bravo. Papa. Tango. Foxtrot. Papa. Foxtrot. Whiskey. Echo. November. Kilo. Whiskey. Hotel. Oscar. 5. Lima. This is Ringpole out.
All right, again, that's the second EAM from that E6B that we see right up here. Now, the other interesting thing is what this 135W here. Oh, no, that's the 135B. Or R. There was a 135W that was doing strange patterns south of Spain down here looking for nukes. I've got an image of that coming. Yes, there's an Iranian drone over here near the beach. Or he was. Trying to work on his tan, I guess. Still no sign of the Americans leaving out of Oman. An E6B is an airborne command center, so anything coming from an E6B is important, period. E6Bs don't talk for the fuck of it. They have a good reason. And this one here is taken off and headed straight for the East Coast. Yeah, Jack could, but I got better than Jack. I got Racer, and Racer's working on it. It's because we removed a bunch of Windows stuff off of the machine last night, and the audio from the video was going through that. No, the Abraham Lincoln's down here. So the Abraham Lincoln's out here. See that? Yeah, the Iranians have a drone that they don't see anymore too. All right, folks, we are here. We are entering the missile site. And we've got this fine gentleman here giving us the tour. After you, sir. All right, now a couple things. This is the beginning of the 55 steps, but this is the second phone call point, correct? This is the second phone call. So they would have made a phone call outside, and they would have had to have gotten here within 3 minutes. And then
That can that they get the code at the
that's right.
entrance.
Yeah. So once they get the code to get into the entrance, they actually light it on fire and burn it in this can, so that nobody can ever see the entrance code.
Correct.
And then this is the only video camera in the whole facility right there. And that's to make sure nobody came in through that doorway with the commander. And then this door here would be closed. Yeah, but continue on down. You're only getting the audio. Hold on, let me cut my mic off and see if you still have the audio.
Out of their way, they should be able to do their thing, everything's turned on, just evacuate up and down. If you need for anything, just call it. Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it, you bet. We'll loop back around, all right? Blast doors, this is the blast lock area, so we've come down the steps. We've entered the area where there's two giant blast lock doors. These things are heavy, but they still, to this day, work just like they used to back when this place was built in the early 60s. One of the things we do on the tours is let the guests move them a little bit, just to feel that. And if we did close them and lock them, these giant bolts would still slide in just like they used to keep this place secure.
Wow.
If it were ever struck by a nuclear weapon in return. So pretty amazing engineering, and we get to keep it that way.
Sweet. Wow.
Smooth but heavy.
Yeah. And this is the lock hook right here. So once the team is in here, they will lock this. This hook will catch onto the door there.
Station, all stations. This is absentee. Four. Stand by. 3.
So they're in here for the duration. Even if somebody were to attack the facility on the outside, they... All right, folks, we are here. We are entering the missile silo. And we've got this fine gentleman here
Hello.
giving us the tour.
Yes.
After you, sir.
We got 55 steps.
All right, now a couple things. This is the beginning of the 55 steps, but this is the second phone call point, correct?
That is correct.
This is the second phone call, so they would have made a phone call outside, and they would have had to have gotten here within 3 minutes,
Correct.
and then...
That can that they get the code at the
That's right,
entrance.
yeah, so once they get the code to get into the entrance, they actually light it on fire and burn it in this can, so as that nobody can ever see the entrance code.
Correct.
And then this is the only video camera in the whole facility right there. And that's to make sure nobody came in through that doorway with the commander. And then this door here would be closed and we would continue on down.
Yes, Brad. We've met before, but maybe not officially.
Not officially, yeah, good to see you.
How are you, sir?
Doing well, doing well.
Nice to meet you.
He's taking care of?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We'll stay out of the way of the group coming in. And
Perfect, yeah. So yeah, if you understand their way, they should be good to do their thing. Everything's turned on. I'll just be vacuuming up and down. If you need me for anything, just holler.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
You bet.
We'll loop back around, all right? Blast door. So this is the blast lock area. So we've come down the steps. We've entered the area where there's two giant blast lock doors. These things are heavy, but they still, to this day, work just like they used to back when this place was built in the early 60s. One of the things we do on the tours is let the guests move them a little bit, just to feel that. And if we did close them, lock them, these giant bolts would still slide in just like they used to keep this place secure.
Wow.
If it were ever struck by a nuclear weapon in return. So the amazing engineering, and we get to keep it that way.
Sweet. Wow.
Smooth but heavy.
Yeah. And this is the lock hook right here. So once the team is in here, they will lock this. This hook will catch onto the door there, and that will seal this door so nobody can open it. So they're in here for the duration. Even if somebody were to attack the facility on the outside, they can't get past that hook because it's holding this door shut. That's the last line of defense. All right.
And like the tour guide said, all the lights are on already, so we
Yep.
don't have to start up the facility like
Sweet.
we normally would in the morning. Cableway down that way, we'll go check out that. But really the heart and the real reason to come on a tour is to check out the command center. So we'll start there.
Nice. Oops, I hit the wrong button. All right, folks, we are here. What are my thoughts on terrorist cells in the United States? Absolutely, they're here. Will they attack? They could at any time. So yeah, there are terrorists in the United States. Buzz, if you're a member on this channel, the other channel got demonetized, so that's why you probably don't have one here. So you'll probably need to subscribe here because they suspended everybody else on the other channel. All right.
And like the tour guide said, all the lights are on already, so we
Yep.
don't have to start up the facility like
Sweet.
we normally would in the morning. Cableway down that way, we'll go check out that. But really the heart and the real reason to come on a tour is to check out the command center. So we'll start there.
You just need to sign up on this channel, Buzz. Nice. It's only like $3.
And the one camera that you mentioned,
It was right
got
there.
our tour guide
Right.
vacuuming the stairs at the moment, which is great, just for a visual. That's what the commander in this chair would see if he needed to let somebody in.
Sweet. So the one camera in the place comes to right here, folks. You can see that there. So what I wanted to do was to set this kind of where this seat is here. And then you can do the presentation in here. Will that go there? Oh, look how lucky I am.
Woohoo, fits.
It doesn't get any better than this. There we go. All right, folks, we are in.
You're at the Titan Missile Museum. This is a Titan II missile silo. It's the only Titan II missile silo that's been preserved in this state.
Actually, there's only 2 of these in the world that are open to the public, if I'm not mistaken. Here in Wyoming.
Well, this is the only one open to the public.
No, but this is the only one with a missile in it. The other is just a facility that you can go in, but it doesn't have a missile. I think it's in Wyoming. Yeah. I think it's in Wyoming. You can look it up.
And not preserved in this state.
I don't know. I haven't been to that one.
Okay, so what they did with the other 53 silos is basically demolition. They took the equipment out, they blasted the silo, they made it so that it can never be a launch facility again. And so did we, but in a very different way. We preserved this in a historic manner. Everything that you see here is original, and we've got the missile silo still intact, and we're able to even put the Titan II back into
Right, you're the only Titan II in a missile silo in the world.
So this is the United States' largest missile that we've ever put into operation, size-wise. It had a 9 megaton yield, which is insane. That's more than 2 times all of the bombs that were dropped in World War II from every
Wow.
country, including the nuclear bombs that were dropped in Japan.
Wow.
So it's overkill.
Mm-hmm.
It's an insane amount of overkill, and the idea behind that is peace through deterrence. You won't launch your missiles because if you launch your missiles, we'll launch our missiles, and that keeps everyone from launching their missiles. That's the idea. It's crazy, and it worked.
Mad.
So Titan II with a 9 megaton nuclear warhead on top of it was never launched in anger. I think the whole world can appreciate
They
that.
did launch one from Vandenberg, is that correct?
There was lots of tests.
Okay. I thought I saw a video where they took one out of a silo and actually took it to Vandenberg and launched it.
Yeah, so the Titan II has been launched, and the Titan II was used in the space program too. It was
Okay.
also the rocket that they used for the Gemini program,
Okay.
which was Neil Armstrong's first
Mhm.
ride in space. Now, Neil Armstrong was a pilot of the X-15, which set altitude and speed records.
Right.
It's the world's first reusable spacecraft. And then after that, he went on to the Gemini program, and he performed the world's off of a Titan II, launching him into space. He performed the world's first space docking.
Okay.
It almost killed him.
Oh, wasn't aware of that.
He connected, and then he went into a violent spin, and he was able to get out of it. And I think these are the kind of things. So Titan II has its own place in history besides war and national defense. These are the kind of things that led Neil Armstrong to be the first man on the moon.
So he was the first man to ride an intercontinental ballistic missile.
Not the first, but he was one of them. Because there was, the Gemini program had
Right. Okay. He was the first
many
one in
aspects.
space.
He was the first man to do a space docking
Okay.
in the history of the world, and then he was the first to set foot on the moon.
Right.
But his first achievement with the space docking was off of the Titan II rocket.
Right.
And lots of other stuff. The Titan II was also used for the Clementine program, which was the satellite that went to the dark side of the moon and found H2O molecules. And then now, of course, we found H2O molecules on the bright side of the moon, which is where the Artemis mission is going. Anyway, I digress. We're in the command center of a Titan II missile silo complex, and this is a cool place to be. These were manned 24 hours a day for more than 20 years. The Titan II silo complex outlasted its expected time frame quite a bit because it was engineered so well, and they did a really good job of making this missile as good as it could be when they could. And again, the design of this started in the 50s. We're going back 70 years at this point when this all began, and they learned a lot of lessons from the Titan I missile. And now Titan II, it's a much more compact, concise, efficient missile silo. This thing could launch in under a minute. Once you turn the key, there's no going back. You turn the key and it's going. And the person that turns the key, if it were to ever have happened, would not know what the target is. It's target 1, 2, or 3. It takes the humanity out of it. Because this missile would destroy a city.
Now, in the message, so the message that comes to a Titan II missile silo is always the same length? 35 characters or 37 characters?
Oh gosh, I don't remember exactly. They would get a code, and if they got the code and they input it, and both commander and co-commander put it in the same correctly, then you get to turn the key. Yeah,
Then you got to go to that safe.
Yep.
And what do you call that? The war safe or the... So 2 people got to get in here. 2 separate combinations. The commander and the assistant commander. I guess it is the deputy commander.
Yeah.
Deputy commander. So,
Yeah.
sweet.
And
All right.
yeah, and so in reality, they would have to turn these keys at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
After the call came in, get a 1, 2, 3 and turn.
You want to do that?
Uh,
Or can we do that? Or
At
do I have to
this
switch it up?
silo, you only got to do that one. At the museum, you only got to turn this one. So,
Okay.
yeah, you can absolutely pull that. Hold it for a second and release. It's started.
Launch enabled.
Yep, it's going to go
Batteries
through. It's going to go through
activated.
the motions, and we'll hear what it would sound like if a Titan II was ever launched.
It's 58 seconds.
58 seconds till launch. Yep. But you've already started World War III.
Yes.
That's assuming that they took it on. This is a museum.
Yeah.
Oh, they did.
There we go.
All stations, this is
Just turn that one off. And we'll hear another one when.
Lima, Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, stand by. Lima, Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, stand by. Lima, Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, stand by, message followed. X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, Sierra, Austin, Radio, Charlie, 3, Foxtrot, Bravo, Tango, Foxtrot, Papa, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Tango, November, Kilo, Whiskey, Hotel, Oscar, 5, Lima, I say again. Lima, Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, Sierra, Oscar, Romeo, Charlie, Kilo, 3, Lima, Juliet, Foxtrot, Bravo, Tango, Foxtrot, Papa,
All stations, this is absentee break for Adcock, uniform 3, Lima, Whiskey, uniform, Lima, stand by, uniform 3, Lima, Whiskey, uniform, Lima, stand by, uniform 3, Lima, Whiskey, uniform, Lima, stand by, message follows, uniform.
All right, if you guys need prepper stuff, here's where you go. There's the link to my store. It's got a lot of things you'll need. So there's the link. Israeli Air Force Commander Major General Tomer Bar and Military Intelligence Chief Major Jim Shimon Bonder have concluded a lengthy discussion approving and finalizing operational plans. Yeah, roger that. So I'm just going to let the EAMs play out here. I got a few things I've got to do, and I'll be back, but I'm just going to let the EAMs play out here. There's Iran. Yeah, there's Iran leaving Qatar. Still, the U.S. is not left, and the drone is back. Did you order my favorite knife, Ron? It's the black super tinker. Well, we'll excuse your typos if you become a member, so you got to go sign up.
The beatings will continue until morale improves.
All right, so anyway, I'm going to leave this up, leave the audio just the way it is. I want to bring this out here so we can see anything coming across from Europe. So there you go. It's just going to be EAMs, folks. I got the big one turned on and I got the EAMs. I'll be back. Enjoy.
Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, stand by. Lima, Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, stand by. Lima, Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel, 3, stand by. Message follows. Lima, Quebec, 4, Hotel, 3, Sierra, Oscar, Romeo, Charlie, Kilo, 3, Lima, Juliet, Foxtrot, Bravo, Papa, Tango, Foxtrot, Papa, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Tango, November, Kilo, Whiskey, 5, say again, Lima, Quebec,
All stations. This is absentee, break, Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, stand by. Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, stand by.
Tango,
Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, stand by. Message forward. Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, India, Lima, 4, Tango, uniform, Sierra, Golf, Bravo, Papa, India, Kilo, uniform, 5, Kilo, 4, November, Tango, Alpha, Kilo, 5, Kilo, X-ray, 3, 6, I say again, Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, India, Lima, 4, Tango, uniform, Sierra, Golf, Bravo, Papa, India, Kilo, uniform, 5, Kilo, 4, November, Tango, Alpha, Kilo, 5, Kilo, X-ray, 3, 6. This is absentee, out.
This is absentee 3, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, standby, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, standby, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, standby, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, 3, 6, India, Lima, Sierra, Romeo, Alpha, Papa, Uniform, Papa, Charlie, Sierra, Oscar, India, Charlie, Whiskey, Alpha, Mike, Whiskey, Lima, Juliet, 7, Delta, Echo, I beg you, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, 3, 6, India, Lima, Sierra, Romeo, Alpha, Papa, Uniform, Papa, Charlie, Sierra, Oscar, India, Charlie, Whiskey, Alpha, Mike, Whiskey, Lima, Juliet, 7, Delta, Echo. This is absentee out.
5, Lima, I say again. Lima, Quebec, X-ray, 4, Hotel.
Absentee 3, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, standby, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, standby, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, message follow, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, 3, 6, India, Lima, Sierra, Romeo, Alpha, Papa, Uniform, Papa, Charlie, Sierra, Oscar, India, Charlie, Whiskey, Alpha, Mike, Whiskey, Lima, Juliet, 7, Delta, Echo, I say again, Lima, Quebec, 5, Golf, Delta, Tango, 3, 6, India, Lima, Sierra, Romeo, Alpha, Papa, Uniform, Papa, Charlie, Sierra, Oscar, India, Charlie, Whiskey, Alpha, Mike, Whiskey, Lima, Juliet, 7, Delta, Echo. This is absentee, more to follow, standby. Lima, Quebec, 4, Charlie, uniform, 5, stand by, Lima, Quebec, 4, Charlie, uniform, 5, stand by, message follow, Lima, Quebec, 4, Charlie, uniform, 5, hotel, Lima, Sierra, Papa, Zulu, Oscar, Delta, Tango, Charlie, Juliet, 4, Zulu, Victor, Juliet, Hotel, Lima, Echo, Quebec, Express, 3, Romeo, Isaiah, Lima, Quebec, 4, Charlie, uniform, 5, hotel, Lima, Sierra, Papa, Zulu, Oscar, Delta, Tango, Tango, Charlie, Juliet, 4, Zulu, Victor, Juliet, Hotel, Lima, Echo, Quebec, Express, 3, Romeo. This is absentee Mortadelo, standby. Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, Victor, Hotel, standby. Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, standby. Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, standby. Lima, Quebec, Hotel, Charlie, November, Hotel, India, Lima, 4, Indigo, uniform, Sierra, Golf, Bravo, Papa, India, Kilo, uniform, 5, Kilo, 4, November, Tango, Alpha, Kilo, 5, Kilo, X-ray, 3, 6, Isaiah, Lima, Kilo. Stand by. Uniform. 3. Papa. 2. Bravo. Kilo. Stand by. Uniform. 3. Papa. 2. Bravo. Kilo. Stand by. Uniform. 3. Papa. 2. Bravo. Kilo. Yankee. Oscar. 2. Mike. India. Lima. Victor. 3. Victor. Whiskey. Oscar. 4. Yankee. Romeo. India. 2. Echo. Alpha. 2. Echo. Victor.
absentee. Absentee, this is Rainbow on triple 175. I'll copy my station, over. Absentee, absentee, this is Rainbow on triple 175. I'll copy my station, over. Absentee, absentee, this is Rainbow on triple 175. I'll copy my station, over. Absentee, this is Rainbow. Request the extras in there at this time, over. Absentee, this is Rainbow, over. Absentee, this is Rainbow. Repeat your last. Broken and unreadable, over. has broken. Over. Absentee, this is Rainbow. I copy checking out of the net at 2142. I requires no further assistance at this time. Roger out.
All right, now we have had a report of an explosion in Iran. We have not confirmed it as of yet. We'll let you know more when we get more. All right, has anybody seen if Steve Wackoff's plane has left the Middle East yet? And you talk about one red alert for Israel. All right, what I said was there has been a report, only one person reported it, with a video of an explosion in Iran. We have not confirmed it. We don't know that it's in Iran. We don't know that they're telling the truth. But at this time, that's all we've got. We're still looking into it. Well, that'll be there till it hits the fan. So it's not like they're going to tell everybody, okay, now we're going to attack in 5 hours. Everybody needs to leave Iran.
Charlie, 7, Echo, Sierra, Romeo, Tango, Delta, Indian, Oscar, 6, 7, Delta, Golf, 19, 440, 440, Uniform, 3, Indian, Tango, Tom, 20, Alpha, Mike, 6, Delta, Mike, Bravo, Mike, Golf, Delta, Willie, 2, Charlie, 7, Echo, Sierra, Romeo, Tango, Delta, Indian, Oscar, 6, 7, Delta, Golf. This is Alpha.
Hey, Donkey, don't show up here and make an ass out of yourself. What makes you think you know when the U.S. will and when the U.S. won't attack? I got to hear this. Yeah, well, that's the difference between me and Dave Hegseth or Dave Hookstead. He'll show anything that he gets. I won't do that. If I can't confirm it, I'm not going to tell it because then I'm just spreading misinformation. Well, Donkey, you just made an ass out of yourself because we had agreed to further negotiations the last time we hit the Iranians. So that point is mute. Also, the Super Bowl is on Sunday. Today is Friday. Do you think we're going to have to fight our way? There's nothing saying that we can't go in and bomb the fuck out of them and then come home and watch the Super Bowl. Well, Donkey, I didn't expect anything more coming from a donkey, so.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Damn, I need an ass sound. There you go. I wouldn't say you made an ass of yourself, but, well, you showed up that way. And just remember, Donkey, I'm not trying to make an ass out of you. You are what you are. Well, donkeys, most asses think they're right. Remember, never argue with an idiot. They're not smart enough to see you're right. Mr. Cotta, Mr. Cotta. I got to get that donkey sound. Racer! Yeah, I don't think it's up to Trump. I'll be honest with you. I think it's up to the military. You have to understand. Trump brought in General Raising Cane because Raising Cane knows how to kick ass and go home and have a cold one. We proved that in Venezuela. And so that entire operation took 3 hours. So, there's nothing saying that the U.S. won't go in and blow the hell out of this building and blow the hell out of that building and blow the hell out of these buildings over here and blow the hell out of those buildings over there and screw this up, screw that up, and fuck up all kinds of stuff. And then go home and prop his feet up and go, well, you want to talk or you want more of that? So all of the, how should we say, the toys for the game or the players for the game are in place. And also, speaking of Netanyahu, the meeting between the top officials with between the Israelis and the U.S., because the Israelis said, we got shit we want to blow up. So I don't know if you guys are aware of that. The Israelis, let me see if I can find that. The Israelis have already said, we're going to go with you or without you because there's shit over there we don't want them to have. So, right, and I am a subject matter expert. I'm not a donkey. Although I may sound like one from time to time. Just for you, donkey. Hello. And I got to get that sound. Correct, good neighbor. Trump just approves it. So, Raising Cane holds the can of whoop ass, and he can open it and pour it out anytime he wants. Where is I got it. Let me see if I can.
I don't get it, Shrek. Why don't you just pull some of that ogre stuff on him? You know, throttle him, lay siege to his fortress, grind his bones to make your bread. You know the whole ogre trip. Oh.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go through here. Let me send this to Racer. Stand by. All right, I have Mr. Racer, who is sick as a dog. I just talked to him. He sounds awful. So I told him at his leisure I needed some donkey sounds. So I'm going to see if I can find me some donkey sounds. And since I have a donkey here, maybe you can translate some of these. I think that's a good one. I really do. What did you think, donkey? I mean, don't take my word for it. You know better than I. Well, pizzas are through the roof. Where'd Donkey go? Oh, Donkey, don't leave us. That's it. He's out grazing. Earth to Donkey. Come in, please. Earth to Donkey. Come in, please. Well, we put him out to pasture. Oh, well. That's what I need. I need Eeyore from Oh Well, or Eeyore. Well, he came in here trying to be a smart ass, is what it amounted to. Oh, I ain't got nothing against asses now. I mean, you can ask anybody. I like a good ass. Nice ass is even better. And you got to remember, there are always smart asses and dumb asses, and some smart asses end up being some dumb asses. And of course, a dumb ass will be a smart ass from time to time. Well, that's you got to have something on both sides there, Hoppin. You know. Well, thank you, sir. My wife just showed up with my dinner. So I'm going to stuff my face for a moment. Oh, she brought me a cheeseburger from a local restaurant with a large order of fries. Homemade hamburger. Good stuff. What are you saying? I eat glass and nails so I can fart shrapnel? Actually, moose burgers are pretty good. I had one. It only hurts the people downwind. Well, my problem is I can't tell a quarter of the jokes I want because I try to keep my channel clean. But I had a whole line for the hot spot earlier. Yeah, roger that. KLW World News After Dark. Well, I was just wondering, if your hot spot was near your G spot. And if you turn on the G spot when it's next to the hot spot, does it make a wet spot? I was just asking. Inquiry minds want to know.
Fascinating. Kind of looks like the skies over Iran are clearing out, doesn't it?
No, we ain't anywhere near DEFCON 2. Come on. Oh, look at that. We got a drone up. Nah, the U.S. coming after me doesn't scare me. They came after me for years. I finally agreed to work for them. Oh, God, the DOCON is escalating.
Shut up.
What? The Dokkan is going up?
Wow, man.
I'll be right back. All right, my bees is swarming. Got two hives out here. They've been hiding. All of a sudden, they just decided that they was hungry. And they are all over my hummingbird feeder, so we put out a plate full of sugar water for them. We're waiting for them to find it. Now, what you do, 29 Palms, is you bring your membership over here. So you can just sign up on this channel. Space weather doesn't affect military ops very much. It affects military communications. Yeah, we've got 2 hives full of bees. I don't understand why it did not reset. Yeah, Tommy. They normally shut it down if the U.S. is going to be doing something significant. And just for your viewing pleasure here. Oop, wrong one. Now I know how some of you guys like Playboy bunnies and all that. So this is just for you. Uh-huh. I don't mean to get y'all hot and bothered, you know. We've been talking about hot spots and G spots, and now I'm showing you bunnies. Yeah, people in the United States eat rabbits, but mine are $500 a piece, so not very many people eat $500 rabbits for dinner. Yeah, that rabbit's 3 foot long and probably weighs 25 pounds, so not your regular bunny. Yeah, Elser, just bring it over here, and you can just donate it all here, or you can send it to you can send it to Running Horse or Running Horse account. Yeah, those are Flemish giants. She's pregnant, by the way. So I'll have more bunnies soon. They have it made. They're rotten as rotten can be. In fact, I don't know how they can get any more rotten. Cookie's doing good. Let me see if I can get her in here for you. There you go, Cookie. see, they have a tough life. I mean, a tough life. These rabbits just suffer so. Food laying around all over the floor. They have their own building that's heated and air conditioned. They have a night light. I'm telling you, these rabbits are just, we abuse them so. God, life is tough. Yes, those are 1 foot by 1 foot cement tiles. So yes, that rabbit is almost 3 feet long. When they stretch out, they're almost 4 feet long. So if they stretch their legs out and their front legs out and their back legs out, they're 3.5 to 4 feet long. They're all huge. They're Flemish giants. Yeah, you didn't see how big my bunnies are? Let me see if I can find a picture here. I could have swore. Now, you guys will get a kick out of this. Y'all seen me, right? Y'all know what I look like. Who wants to see a picture of me in my undercover days? Oh yeah, it's me with hair, all right. So, This is what I look like, right? So you got a good idea, right? So here I am, back in the days when I used to do covert things. Voila. Have a hard time passing this guy for that guy, wouldn't you? Or that guy for this guy. So, just so you know. No, that's not real hair, but when you go into a club and you got to fit in with everybody else, that's, you know, there you go. I was trying to find my picture. There you go. Here's another one. This bunny is only 4 weeks old. Look at the size of that rabbit. 4 weeks. And this is Hoss. That's a big bunny. Yeah, somebody said that rabbits are afraid of dogs. No, my dog is afraid of my rabbits. The reason they're so big is because they're Flemish giants and I feed them good. My rabbits eat 50 pounds of rabbit feed a week. Hell, we buy. We buy That's right. Don't be fooled by the cuteness. They're man eaters. They'll massacre you. They will slit you up. When they get mad and them claws come out, you will get shredded in about a half a second. It's not safe for man nor beast. Nah, we don't use steroids. Yeah, my bunnies are beasts, that's for sure. Yeah, my rabbits are twice the size of my dog, so my dog minds the bunnies. But if you pick one up and they're mad, oh my God, you better be careful because them back legs will shred you. One of my rabbits tore my wife all up. She picked one of the rabbits up and it didn't like it. And it scratched her to pieces. And just for your viewing enjoyment, this is Cookie over here, and this is Molly. And when we got Molly, she had a messed up front leg, and my wife doctored on her, and well, she turned out to be a pretty good bunny. Yeah, well, not only are they loved, they're rotten. I mean, absolutely rotten. Yes, they're Flemish giants. And this is where they live. So they have their own bunny barn. And I remember when the PTL club, they were making fun of Jim and Tammy Baker because their doghouse had an air conditioner. And I'm like, well, that's, if you've got, these rabbits will die above 85 degrees, and we live in Texas where it gets to 107. So you got to have a structure with air conditioning in it or they'll die. It's that simple. We've lost rabbits to the heat. Before we built the bunny barn, we lost 3 rabbits. So Yes, bunnies can be housebroken. And we got giant chickens too. We have horses. Let's see if I can find them. Wilbur. Well, just one. Stand by. All right, just for your listening pleasure, we're going to do a live show with Jimmy from Brooklyn tomorrow. So hopefully you guys can be around for that tomorrow afternoon. What else have we got from you fine folks here today? All right, you got any other questions while I'm sitting here waiting for the show to get started with Iran? Ooh, that's an urgent shipment. Look at that. You see that? They flew all the way across the Atlantic. See that? They flew all the way across the Atlantic. And that's a C5. Holy shit. So they flew all the way across the Atlantic. So they flew out of Dover. Okay. So they flew all the way out of Dover. Flew all the way across the Atlantic. Came down. Landed at Ramstein. They either swapped crews or just refueled, and then continued out with the same flight number. I think they just refueled and came in, and look where they're at now. Look at that. That's a C5. That's the biggest airplane in the U.S. military. What do you mean, way over? You mean a button saying that? We don't know what's on it, but it's a shitload of it. It's a C5. It's heavy. It wouldn't have needed to refuel in Ramstein if it wasn't heavy. And if it wasn't important, they would have stayed longer than just to stop there and get fuel. Most likely it's got weapon systems on it. Now, I doubt it's soldiers. Not traveling that far. Soldiers normally fly on commercial airliners. If they're not jumping out of it, they don't normally fly on military planes. We can, but flying from Dover Air Force Base all the way to the Middle East is not a normal flight to be doing on a C5 with soldiers on it. C5s aren't known to have the most luxurious bathrooms or meal accommodations or anything like that. Well, a 747 or a 787 Dreamliner will carry as many troops as a C5 Galaxy, just about. You know, or you can get an A380. Correct. Troops are a waste of C5 capacity. They don't weigh enough. Well, they don't. You're right. That's. Oh no, it's not a good ride at all. Riding in a C5 is like riding in the back of a pickup truck. Oh yeah, I'm gonna ride in the back of a pickup truck from Dover Air Force Base all the way to the Middle East. That's not a good plan. You know, let me see something here. Yeah, see, a C5 is set up to carry 81 troops. The maximum that you can put on an Airbus is 270. So why would you fly a C5 all the way across the Atlantic for 81 troops when you could take an A300, or excuse me, an A380 and carry 270? In fact, if you take let me rephrase that. You can actually put a maximum of 853, 10 times as many people in an A380. And if you used every square inch of an A380 for seating, you could put 800 in an A380. And if you use the extra seats for jump seats, you could put a maximum of 853 in an A380. And if the maximum you can legally put on a C5 Galaxy is 270, is the maximum that's allowed. So an A380 will carry more than 3 times as many troops. If you did maximum capacity on a C5 and maximum capacity on an A380, the C5 will carry 270 troops and the A380 will carry 853 troops. So, yeah, I doubt it's troops. All right, let's see here. Welcome, Rick. Oh, this ain't a war. Yeah, what we're doing over there ain't a war. This is just regime change. That's different. wars when you send troops in and all that other. The Iranian people have had it with the Islamic regime. We're just going to cut their nuts off and let them do it. Well, I reckon I need to start getting things prepared for tonight's news broadcast.
Zulu, Mike, Oscar, Quebec, X-ray, India, Foxtrot, Zulu, Oscar, Quebec, 4, X-ray, Tango, Tango, I say it again, 4 quicker, Uniform 33, Yankee, Delta, Romeo, 5, Bravo, November, 7, Delta, Airway, Zulu, 7, Zulu, Mike, Oscar, Quebec, X-ray, India, Foxtrot, Zulu, Oscar, Quebec, 4, X-ray, Tango, Tango. This is absentee help.
Wow, I just found out that Pete Hegseth and myself used the same headset. Wow, it's snowing in Tennessee. You don't have to believe in global warming. It's already proven that global warming is a lie.
Fascinating.
Bird, you're on a different channel. Now you are. I'm going to be on the phone in a minute, guys. Yeah, well, my router's name is surveillance van number 6.
This is touchdown. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Brazil with the touchdown.
All right, folks, just so you know, we're going to carry this through the news broadcast. What the hell is going on here? There we go. We're going to carry this through the news broadcast. We're not going to end this. We're going to just go carry this straight through. Some things I wanted to point out to you guys. I was just on the phone discussing this. This is a priority flight. It's a C5 Galaxy. And the way that we know that this is a priority flight is it flew all the way from Dover Air Force Base right here, where I used to fly spooky airplanes, and I'm not going to go into that. But it flew all the way from Dover Air Force Base, flew over here trying to gain altitude. I think it's loaded with ammunition, weapons. And I think it's heavily loaded with ammunition and weapons. Note the path out over the Delaware Bay and not over New Jersey while it was gaining altitude. So it went this way, over here, until I got to north of Middle Township, and then it turned north and went along the coast. See all of this area here? It's not flying over cities. See that? All along the coast. You with me? Then it flew up here, flew across here. Now it's up at altitude. That's a different story. It got up here, flew out past Nova Scotia, flew all the way across the Atlantic, and guess what? When it came in over England, look how it came in this way and then cut across. You see that? It's going in between major cities. Came over here. Again, didn't fly over a major city. Flew in, landed, got fuel, and turned around and took off again. And then flew this zigzagged course all the way down here, again, avoiding major cities. Flew all the way down here. And now it is landing at Riyadh. So, some major weapons have landed in Riyadh tonight. So the folks at Politico said that we're not going to attack for another week because we don't have all the weapons in place that we need. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't follow Politico. I don't believe Politico. I've found Politico lying so many times that they're not a reliable source to me. Yeah, well, Long Island. I mean, who cares about Long Island? I mean, you could drop a bomb on Long Island and do $100,000 worth of improvement. I hear you, donkey. And Donkey, where did you go earlier? Did you go out back and graze? That's what everybody thought. They thought you went out to the back pasture. We were asking you questions and you didn't answer. Okay. All right. Yeah, see, we wondered where you were. That was worldwide. That's why it sounded like that. No, good neighbor. That question didn't make a. Out of you. It's a good question. That's why I want to answer it during the news broadcast. Just remember to ask it then. And besides, we can't have you being a jackass because we already have one. I mean, technically, I guess we could have four asses. We could have a smart ass, a dumb ass, a jackass, and just an ass. So yeah, technically there could be four. Are you kidding me? I have 3 black cats now. 3 black cats. How many black cats does one man need to have? I now have 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3 black cats. Link to the live show is in the all call. Link to the live show is in the all call. Everybody lined up for dinner. I love how they're all facing the same way. The skunk is segregated. He's downwind. Does that look like cats, Harlan? We're doing the news broadcast right here. There's 2 possums to the front and a skunk in the rear. The skunk is downwind. Skunks have stripes across their eyes, not down their backs. Don't be a... We already have one of those. The tour of the zoo is after the news.
Silence! I kill you!
It's Pepe. And the female skunk we have's name is Penelope.
on the frontline through the battles and the pains, with a camera in the fray and the world on our screens. We're the voice of the silence, the witness of the scenes. Headlines flashing bright from the shadows, we arise with the truth in our hands under perilous skies. Every story told is a battle we fight. Through the darkness and the fear, we bring the light. In the chaos, in the flames, we'll stand tall, with the courage to reveal through the rise and the fall. From the embers of the war to the echoes of the call, we're the eyes of the world and we'll never stall. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. From the ruins and the wreckage, every story's told. Through the tears and the heart darkest hours when the world's torn apart. KOW brings the stories straight from the heart. With the cameras rolling through the wreckage and the pain, we capture the reality while the world remains. Every angle, every moment in the line of fire. We're the pulse of the battlefield, never to tire. KOW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. KOW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. Through the smoke and the ruins, we'll pierce the veil. With every breath we take and every tale, we're the heartbeat of the conflict in the shadowed frail. With KLW's vision, the truth won't fail. Stand firm, we're the beacon in the fray. Through the dust and the fury, we'll light the way. In the fight for the truth, where the heroes lay. KLW, the story's here to stay. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. So here's to the courage and the tales we unfold. In the heart of the conflict, our story's told. KLW, with the truth we hold. In the fire of the war, our legacy bold.
You can't handle the truth.
KLW World News coming to you live here this evening. Welcome to the broadcast. There have been a lot of developments today, and well, many of those, oops, wrong button. Many of those are going to be substantial. There were meetings today in the Middle East between the U.S. and the Islamic regime in Iran, but there was nothing settled. The Iranians said flat out, we are not going to bow down to inspections. We're going to have a nuclear arsenal. We're going to not agree to send our enriched material to Russia. So basically, the Iranians didn't agree to anything, but yet the U.S. says we're going to continue to talk to them. Why? They haven't done anything that they said they were going to do, and they haven't agreed to anything that we've wanted. Now, it was reported today by Politico that the U.S. is not done delivering weapons to the region for the assault on Russia, and that it could take up to another week for that to happen. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, because I don't believe Politico, but they did announce that today. Now, I do know that we are in the process of sending weapons over, and I want to show you guys that I know that weapons are being sent. And we're going to start with this aircraft right here, which was this C-5 Galaxy that flew in. And it flew into Riyadh. Now, it flew out of Dover Air Force Base. Now, you say, well, Lee, you know, what makes you think that the aircraft is loaded heavily with weapons? Well, let's look at the flight path. First off, when it took off out of Dover, it turned and it went over the Delaware Bay. I have many, many hours out on the Delaware Bay. Then when they got to the southern end of New Jersey, before they got to Middle Township, they turned and started going north, and you will notice that they did not fly over populated areas all the way up the coast here. No major populated areas at all. Then they flew up and they went across Long Island. Now, somebody said, well, they flew across Long Island. Well, if the plane crashed, it would do an improvement to Long Island. So I don't mind it flying across Long Island. Nobody else does either. Then, as you will see, it didn't fly through any major cities up here until it got up to altitude, and then it flew over Boston. Now, how do we know that it's heavy? Real simple. It couldn't make it all the way to Riyadh on a single flight. It had to stop in Ramstein. And when it stopped in Ramstein, it flew in, stopped, refueled, and flew back out. They didn't even change the call sign on the aircraft. And then when it flew back out of Ramstein, it flew over, notice, going around major cities, and came in and landed down here in Riyadh. Now, a C-5 is a huge aircraft. It's not the largest military aircraft in the world. It is the largest military aircraft that the U.S. military possesses, and I think it is the third largest military aircraft flying. That would be with the Antonov 225 and the Antonov 125, and then the C-5. So it's a big, big, big plane, no matter how you look at it. So that's what we've got going on. Now, there were reports of explosions in Iran today, and I want to bring some of these up here. There's a whole lot going on, and we're going to try to do our best to break it down. Also, if you are a member of our other channel,
this is main cell, test count, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is main cell, with test count, out.
Fascinating.
so if you are a member of our other YouTube channel, move your membership over here. They've suspended our monetization on that channel. They said our content wasn't original. That's the first time I've got that to be demonetized. So this is the monetized channel that we have, so be sure to move your membership over here. This will be the broadcast channel that we do all of our primary broadcasts on for sure, so make sure that you're following this channel. Now, there's a lot that I wanted to show you. Now, speaking of going across the pond, we talk about censorship and censorship here in the United States. And then the folks that live over in England, well, they're not even allowed to say things on the internet. They'll go to jail. They'll get arrested and go to jail for a comment that they make on the internet. I would be executed for the shit I've said. Okay, my wife, oh my God, they'd flog her, and she's been in Facebook jail a dozen times. The interesting part, though, is something new happened today that's never happened before, and that is the fact that the British arrested an American citizen for something that they said online. Imagine that. The British government arrested an American that landed in the UK for something that American said online. What the fuck is the world coming to?
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Graham Linehan. I spent 30 years writing comedy for British television. It was a career I loved, but it ended when I began noticing that women were losing their livelihoods, their social circles, and even their freedom for defending rights won over 100 years ago by the suffragette movement. I looked into what these women were saying and could find nothing wrong with any of it. They believed, as I do, that single-sex spaces are essential for women's privacy, dignity, and safety. They believe that children should not undergo experimental medical treatment that ravages their health and shortens their lives. They believe that women have a right to fair sport. These were not extreme positions, but for holding them, I became the target of a series of harassment campaigns that cost me my career, my marriage, and eventually drove me from my homeland. For a decade, the British police have harassed me for expressing views that the majority of the public share. In 10 years, not one person, not the police who arrested me, not the colleagues who condemned me, not the friends who turned away, has told any of us what we did wrong. Our accusers do not deal in arguments. No one is able to point to the flaws in our analysis. We have simply been punished for objecting to fashionable yet incoherent orthodoxies. When I could no longer make a living writing comedy, I returned to journalism, which was my first profession. On my Substack, I interviewed cancelled women on my YouTube channel, covering stories the BBC refused to touch. On my Substack, my colleague published a weekly roundup of outrages. We called it the War on Women. We were never at a loss for stories. This committee is here to discuss threats to free speech in Europe, but I briefly want to touch on the forms of quiet censorship that don't require state suppression. For the state has learned to let others do its work. When employers fire workers for protected speech, when banks close accounts, when publishers drop authors, when platforms suspend users, the government's hands stay clean. The censorship happens. The state didn't do it. In Britain, we have discovered that you can have formal free speech and no free speech at all. I want everyone to understand that gender ideology and free speech cannot coexist. You can hear the lie in the very language. Trans woman meaning man, trans man meaning woman, trans healthcare meaning the opposite of healthcare, trans rights meaning men's demands. An ideology that tells lesbians they are bigoted for not accepting male partners is not progressive, it is homophobic. And I will bring this home to Washington for a second. Right now, a man named Hobby Bingham, who calls himself Princess Zoe Andromeda Love, is a registered sex offender in this country. He raped a 12-year-old girl. He was transferred to the Washington Correction Center for Women, where he raped a developmentally disabled female inmate. This is not happening in Britain. This is happening here. These are the policies we are being asked to accept. And just as in the United Kingdom, those who refuse pay with their livelihoods, their reputations, their peace of mind. Finally, I'm asking the committee to do three things. First, use every diplomatic lever you have to pressure the British government to implement its own Supreme Court ruling. Women just won a landmark case confirming that sex means biological sex. The guidance to enforce it has been written, and the Minister for Women and Equalities has blocked it for months, calling it trans-exclusive. If the British government can ignore its own Supreme Court to appease gender activists, so can yours. Please make it clear that America is watching. Second, put pressure on the Irish government to reopen a conversation it never had. In 2015, while Irish people were celebrating their vote for marriage equality, the Gender Recognition Act was quietly passed. No public consultation, no referendum, no women's rights organisations consulted. The public did not know what they were signing up for. They do now. The consequences are visible across Irish life. Men in women's prisons, men in women's sport, children taught lies in their schools. Ireland is my country of birth. Its women and girls deserve the debate that they were denied. Third, recognise that free speech is not preserved simply by declining to arrest people. People from all walks of life are being silenced by the institutions that license and employ them. We need new whistleblower protections for the digital age. If government will not defend dissenters from institutional retaliation and mob rule, then what is the First Amendment for? That's not an abstract question. The women who lost their careers, the children who lost their health, the athletes who lost fair competition. They did not have a voice in the decisions that failed them. I am asking you to give them one. Thank you.
Now, folks, they're taking away their free speech rights in Europe. They're taking away our free speech rights here in the United States. Yesterday, YouTube took away my monetization on my primary channel because they said that I didn't do enough independent or content. Imagine that. My content isn't individual content. So I can stand here and talk all day. That doesn't count. I should one 5-minute video, which is what I did. Should one 5-minute video from YouTube without my face being in it. And YouTube thinks that I'm showing too much content that's not original content. That's what they told me. that my content wasn't original content and I needed to do exclusive original content, not showing anybody else's content at all. So technically they'll hold that against me, even though I'm talking about it. So I have followed all of the YouTube rules. I've followed all of the partnership rules. I have added my commentary to these segments and so on and so forth. And YouTube still continues to say that it's not original content, even though KLW World News is a news aggregator, which means we go out and get news from all over the world and bring it to you in one place. Now today, Pete Hegseth, well, a lot of people didn't know he graduated from Harvard, but in fact today, Pete Hegseth gave back his Harvard graduation certificate. He gave back his diploma from Harvard. We've got that for you right here.
By the way, Harvard University, let's see, let's do that.
Oh my gosh.
I think we'd go with Critical Theory
I think Will's
University.
having a harder time than your mom.
I think it should be renamed Critical Theory University.
Okay, all
Because
right.
if you look it up right now, every single department has a critical theory department all over it. And you know what? I don't like this Sharpie. It's not very good. I need a stronger Sharpie than that.
Okay, what other
Because it
changes
does
are we
say
doing?
Peter Brian Hegseth, degree of Master in Public Policy. So I think we're going to scratch that out. And John F. Kennedy, he was a Democrat,
Yeah.
but he would have been a Republican in today's Republican Party. I mean,
Absolutely.
he was a tax-cutting, pro-life, anti-communist, and not anymore in the Democrat Party. And then I think we finish it off by saying, return to sender. Right here, and then I'll just sign it for good. For good.
Hey, can I do a witness signature?
By the way, Harvard University. Let's see. Let's do that.
Oh my gosh.
I think.
Yeah, so he's giving back his degree from Harvard because they've just turned into a woke culture. Now, Pete did a telecast from his office today, and I want to bring that to you as well.
As part of my commitment to restore the warrior ethos within the War Department, it's imperative to stay mission-focused across the full spectrum of expenditures. This includes maximizing our return on investment when officers and senior enlisted service members attend expensive civilian universities. Graduates should emerge much more capable warfighters, you'd think. But unfortunately, America's highly ranked universities no longer live up to their founding principles as bastions of free speech, open inquiry, and committed to the American values that make our country great. Take Harvard University, for example. I know it well. Our military has had a rich tradition with Harvard throughout American history. In 1775, you probably didn't know this, General George Washington took command of the Continental Army in Harvard Yard and used the university as a military base. From that time through the Korean War, military service was commonplace at Harvard. There are more recipients of our nation's Medal of Honor who went to Harvard than any other civilian institution in the United States. But today, this university with such a unique history, which receives billions of our federal tax dollars, is one of the red-hot centers of hate America activism. Too many faculty members openly loathe our military. They cast our armed forces in a negative light and squelch anyone who challenges their leftist political leanings, all while charging enormous tuition. It's not worth it. They've replaced open inquiry and honest debate with rigid orthodoxy. In our line of work, ideological automatons are useless. We need leaders who can wrestle with multiple viewpoints, professionals who can think critically and independently to solve important questions. Even more troubling is Harvard's partnership with our adversaries. Campus research programs have partnered with the Chinese Communist Party. University leadership encouraged a campus environment that celebrated Hamas, allowed attacks on Jews, and still promotes discrimination based on race in violation of Supreme Court decisions. DEI was literally founded at Harvard. Thankfully, President Trump understands this and has moved to end these abuses. He called out Harvard for being a factory of woke ideology and a breeding ground for anti-American radicals. His administration reminded Harvard leadership that it's the responsibility of the federal government to ensure that all recipients are responsible stewards of taxpayer funds. Last year, the Trump administration put Harvard on notice. Quote, Harvard has fundamentally failed to protect American students and faculty from anti-Semitic violence and harassment in addition to other alleged violations of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, end quote. Why should the War Department support an environment that's destructive to our nation and the principles that the vast majority of Americans hold dear? The answer to that question is that we should not, and we will not. For too long, this department has sent our best and brightest officers to Harvard, hoping the university would better understand and appreciate our warrior class. Instead, too many of our officers came back looking too much like Harvard, heads full of globalist and radical ideologies that do not improve our fighting ranks. So, starting now and beginning in the 2026-2027 school year, I am discontinuing all graduate-level professional military education, PME, all fellowships and certificate programs between Harvard University and the War Department for active duty service members. This policy applies to service members enrolling in future courses of study at Harvard University while on active duty. Now, any currently enrolled service members will be allowed to finish their course of study. With some exceptions, the Ivy League as a whole has pervasive institutional bias and a lack of viewpoint diversity, including the coddling of toxic ideologies that undercuts our mission right here in this building. That is why in 2 weeks' time, components of all of our departments, Army, Navy, and Air Force, will evaluate all existing graduate programs for active duty service members at all Ivy League universities and other civilian universities. The goal is to determine whether or not they actually deliver cost-effective strategic education for future senior leaders when compared to, say, public universities and our military graduate programs. At the War Department, we will strive to maximize taxpayer value in building lethality to establish deterrence. It's that simple. That no longer includes spending millions of dollars on expensive universities that actively undercut our mission and undercut our country. We train warriors, not wokesters. Harvard, good riddance.
Now, folks, there's a lot of universities that are doing that. Even public schools are doing that. So you're better off to homeschool your kids, quite honestly. Now, we're going to talk about something here that I know a lot more about than probably 99.9% of the people on the planet. And that's what actually happened at Benghazi on September 11th of 2012. You see, I had people on the phone with me while the attack was going on in Benghazi. I know all about what happened there. I know about what Hillary Clinton was doing. I know about what Ambassador Stevens was doing. I know about the removal of the safety protocols, the removal of the local security. I know who carried out the attack. I know classified information about it. I know all about it. In fact, at the time, I worked as a, how should we say, subject matter expert for the Congressional Oversight Committee for the Department of Homeland Security, and I went to Washington, D.C. and gave classified briefings. There's a lot more that happened in Benghazi that the world doesn't know about and most likely will never know about. The fact of the matter is that they wanted Ambassador Stevens to be kidnapped. That's why they removed his hard car. That's why they removed his security detail. That's why they told the CIA not to respond to help Ambassador Stevens. That's why they told the security not to respond and help Ambassador Stevens. That's why they hired local security rather than having Marines. That's why the security didn't have any weapons. That's why the security left before they got there. That's why the people who carried out the attack were the brigade or the battalion of the Blind Sheik. It was the Blind Sheik's battalion that carried out the attack. The whole thing was planned. Obama was going to let Ambassador Stevens be kidnapped. He was going to let the Blind Sheik's battalion keep him as a and torture him as a prisoner of war. And right before the election, Obama was going to give the Blind Sheik, take the Blind Sheik out of prison, and he was going to exchange the Blind Sheik for Ambassador Stevens, who was actually the ambassador that held the Middle East together. See, Obama wanted there to be an Arab Spring. And the way to have an Arab Spring is to get Ambassador Stevens out of the way. So they figured by reducing the security and setting up Ambassador Stevens to be captured by the Blind Sheik, they could get two birds with one stone. Ambassador Stevens would be captured. The Blind Sheik would be released from prison in exchange for Ambassador Stevens, and Ambassador Stevens would be retired. Well, that didn't happen. Why? Because Ambassador Stevens was defended by a bunch of heroes, in my opinion. Some of them were killed in the conflict. But during the conflict, the brother of the commander of the Blind Sheik Battalion was killed. And the commander of the Blind Sheik Battalion was told that no one would be hurt, that nobody would be injured. It was going to be simple. They were going to come in, take Stevens, and leave. But instead, there was a firefight. And that firefight had many casualties on the side of the Blind Sheik's battalion. And so because the brother of the Blind Sheik Battalion was killed, they killed Ambassador Stevens and drug him through the streets. And that blew Obama's plan for getting the Blind Sheik out of prison. Now, the U.S. administration said that they didn't know what was going on at the annex in Benghazi. In fact, the whole thing in Benghazi was illegal. Everything, how it was set up, how it was operated, everything that happened there was extremely illegal. Everything was against the rules. None of the safety protocols of an embassy or a consulate were ever put in place in Benghazi. The whole thing was a ruse from day one. Not only was Hillary selling small weapons, she was moving tow missile launchers through Benghazi. We've got video of them. So we know all about what happened in Benghazi. They don't want you to know that. They don't want me to know that. But guess what? Too late now, we both know. We've got video of tow missile launchers being used in Syria. Where did they come from? Hillary Clinton moved them through Benghazi. The whole trail was there. In fact, some of the first ones ever fired over there were actually fired in Libya. So they wanted Ambassador Stevens kidnapped. They wanted Ambassador Stevens held so that they could trade the Blind Sheik for Ambassador Stevens. They could get rid of Ambassador Stevens, and the Arab Spring would start. Now, today, the FBI, Department of Justice, they arrested one of the people who was in charge of the raid at Benghazi. And, well, we're going to tell you all about that coming up right now.
General, thank you. And I want to steal one of your lines. Never forget. Pam never forgot. The president never forgot. This FBI never forgot. And certainly U.S. Attorney Pirro never forgot. When an act of terrorism of this magnitude strikes at the heart of our nation, we go to work. President Trump has given us the full resources at the FBI and across the interagency to make sure we deliver justice. And Pam, you're right. Dan and I did sit down early on about this to bring justice, but you led the effort. You brought together the interagency. You said we are going to get this done because no one agency alone can do it. So we are thankful to have an Attorney General at the Department of Justice who works together with every single cabinet secretary and enforce the law. What you saw today, and I want to get, or what you're going to see today, I want to address in a minute, but I want to remind the folks out there the work of this Department of Justice. We were here just a few short months ago talking about how we were going to raise the RFJ for another violent offender on the run, Ryan Wedding. And what did we do under Attorney General's leadership? And what did we do when President Trump said, go get the worst of the worst? We captured him. We captured together, under President Trump's leadership, 6 of the FBI's most wanted fugitives in 1 calendar year. To put that in perspective, that is 2 more than the entirety of the prior administration. And you cannot do that alone at the FBI. You have to have an Attorney General and a Department of Justice willing to prosecute, willing to go to the 4 corners of the earth and make sure we deliver justice. And that's what we're doing here today. I was at the airfield with U.S. Attorney Pirro earlier this morning when we did the formal foreign transfer of custody of Bakush into U.S. custody to face prosecution under her auspices and her office. And the Department of Justice are going to execute justice for the fallen. As a young prosecutor at CTS in the National Security Division, I worked on the Benghazi case. This was very near and dear and personal to me. We lost 4 brave Americans in Chris, Sean, Kyle, and Steve. And we can never, ever, ever forget them. Ever. And we will not. In order to put something like this together, it doesn't happen overnight. The FBI's hostage rescue team, the FBI's critical incident response group, our special flight operations unit, and countless others, along with the agents in the New York field office who never forgot Benghazi and never let the world forget it, endured over a decade to bring yet another terrorist who killed 4 Americans to justice. That is a relentless pursuit of mission that can only happen when you have an interagency who's willing to get after.
Now, we're going to go from Benghazi to what's going on in Iran and what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. And they're all tied together, folks. This is the latest video out of Iran. This is, again, CGI from the Iranians, because the Iranians, well, they don't have the weapons to actually do this, so they dream about it at night and they come up with their bullshit CGI. Here's a prime example of that. They dream, they have wet dreams of blowing an American carrier in half.
ایران برای مقابله با ناوهای آمریکایی در آبهای خلیج فارس از تاکتیک و سناریوی جنگ نامتقارن استفاده می کند. ناوهایی که در ظاهر به نظر می رسد هیچ کشوری توان مقابله با آنها را ندارد. ابتدا پهپادهای شناسایی مهاجر 6 و ابابیل 5 در کنار رادارهای ماورای افق موقعیت دقیق ناوگروه را پیدا کرده و روی آن قفل راداری می کنند. سپس موشک‌های بالستیک ضد کشتی خلیج فارس و هرمز 2 معروف به شکارچی ناو به صورت ناگهانی شلیک می‌شوند تا سامانه دفاعی ایجس را اشباع کرده و وحشت ایجاد کنند. در مرحله بعد صدها قایق تندرو کلاس آشورا و شناورهای راکت انداز سراج که به موشک‌های کروز کوتاه برد نصر مجهز شدند یورش می‌برند. همزمان موجی از پهپادهای انتحاری شاهد 136 و آرش 2 به سمت رادارهای عرشه و سیستم‌های ارتباطی ناو شیرجه می‌زنند تا آن را کور کنند. در همین حال زیردریایی‌های دیزل الکتریک کلاس قدیر و فاتح با شلیک اژدرهای هوشمند والفجر از فواصل نزدیک بدنه ناو را هدف می‌گیرند. شناورها نیز به سرعت تنگه را با مینهای جهنده صدف 2 و مینهای کفخاب مهام فرش می‌کنند تا مسیر فرار ناوگروه مسدود شود. با کند شدن حرکت ناو، موشک‌های کروز برد بلند قدیر و ابو مهدی از لانچرهای ساحلی مخفی برای وارد کردن ضربه نهایی شلیک می‌شوند. در نهایت با تخریب عرشه پرواز و آتش‌سوزی در بخش‌های حیاتی، ناو آبراهام لینکلن توان رزم خود را از دست داده و ناوگروه برای جلوگیری از غرق شدن با لغو عملیات سراسیمه عقب نشینی می‌کند. این سناریوی جنگ نامتقارن و روش‌های غیر متعارف برای مقابله با ناوهای آمریکایی برتری عددی و تکنولوژیکی آنها را بی اثر می کند.
دیدن نادیده ها.
That's what they think. This is how the Iranians think that a conflict with the United States is going to go down. Now, I've told you guys many, many times that the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians are all working together. And many of you have asked me, Lee, what are the Russians flying into Iran and what are they flying out? And I've told you time and time again, they're flying weapons back and forth. This is what the Russians are giving to the Iranians. There you go. They are providing Mi-28 helicopters to the Iranians. What are the Iranians giving to the Russians in return? Shahed drones. How do we know that's true? Because the largest attack of Shahed drones against the Ukrainians just took place. Where did the Russians get all of the Shahed drones? Off of those IL-76s that have been flying out of Iran for a week. This is what's happening, folks. It's right here. So we can actually see that Russian weapons are going into Iran and Iranian weapons are coming out of Iran and they are going into Russia and they are being used against the Ukrainians. This is what's happening every day. And so they're going to continue to do this for as long as they can. And this is why the Russians do not want the Iranians to fall. And the Russians will do whatever they can to keep the Iranians from falling. Also, earlier there was an explosion at an Iranian barracks in Tehran. This shows the fire that encompassed the building after the explosion. And the Russians are continuing to attack the Ukrainians with Shahed drones that they are getting from the Iranians. It's absolutely insane what we're seeing, but this is the reality of what's going on over there. I just wish this administration would just go and do what needs to be done. Stop fucking around in 30 different places at once and just go and do what you got to do and then move on to the next location. But that's not what this administration is doing. Instead, this administration is looking at attacking Venezuela again. And well, to no big surprise, they're looking to attack Cuba. That's right. This is a Black Cat 5 flying just north of Havana. It flew there overnight and stayed there and continued to fly there. And the U.S. is looking to attack Cuba, Colombia, Venezuela, and Iran. And they're looking to attack all of them within the next 30 to 60 days. Quite possibly far enough as 90 days out, but we're probably closer to 60 days than we are to 90 days. Now, I wanted to show you guys something here. Everybody's familiar with Starlink. Everybody knows what Starlink is and how Starlink works. Yeah, Cuba. So Starlink has been turned off so that it cannot operate in Russia anymore. And so the folks in Belarus have decided that they're going to eliminate Starlink. We don't need Starlink. We don't need your stinking Starlink. That's what the Belarusians are saying, or at least this fat captain is saying. This is the new replacement for Starlink in Belarus. Yeah, you see it there. It's a green box with a tablet on it. Multiple power strips to be able to plug everything in. Here is a Wi-Fi router with a couple external antennas. That's right. This is the new Starlink. This is what's going to take the place of Starlink in Belarus and in Russia. Now, who came up with it? Well, this guy right here, who is, well, some... And they claim it's going to work. So what Elon Musk did for billions of dollars, you did for free.
То, что Маск за миллиарды долларов делал, ты сам сделал бесплатно.
Ну, не бесплатно, но за очень маленький.
Ну, понятно, но не за миллиарды долларов.
Никак нет.
То есть Маск нам не нужен.
Нам нет.
We don't need it. We are capable of everything with the resources we have. Sure you are.
Имеющимся ресурсом и способным...
Ну, эта система работает по принципу Старлинка, да?
Так точно.
То, что Маск...
So it works on the Starlink principle. Really? That's going to be interesting to see, but, well, that's what they claim. So that's tonight's hilarious story there, that this is going to replace Starlink. Actually, I love this power strip here, though. That reminds me of one I've got here in the studio. I'll have to show you sometime. But anyway, that's what they are claiming is going to replace Starlink in Russia. I can just see that being field deployable now. So with that, I'm going to take some questions from you guys here. We got 15 minutes to go here. Also, Racer is doing Freaky Fridays tonight. Now, I will tell you, Racer is sick as a dog. You can't even hardly recognize him on the phone. He sounds so bad. And he's coughing and hacking and can barely breathe and so on and so forth. But he has agreed to do Freaky Fridays. I called him and I said, you know, are you going to be able to do Freaky Fridays tonight? I was expecting him to tell me no. And he said, well, I just have to be here. I don't have to talk. I don't have to do anything. Well, you know, so he's going to do Freaky Fridays tonight. So that'll be coming up here very shortly. So the last 15 minutes of this, we're going to do questions and answers here for you guys. So any questions that you guys got, put that into the chat here, and I'm going to try to answer your questions here for the last 15 minutes. So if you were a member of the other KLW World News channel on YouTube, please move your membership over here. So as that we can get you taken care of, and you can be a member over here. Good Neighbor had a question, and I can't remember what it was. The advantage of U.S. military night vision and the advantage that we have at night compared to foreign military. And I don't know if there is a side-by-side comparison. I'm going to look here and see if there is a side-by-side. Let me see if I can see. Oh, this guy here is full of shit. Let's see what covert is.
The U.S. has always been the undisputed masters of the night. From Rogers, Rangers, daring night raids, to stealth aircraft, to cutting-edge night vision systems. The U.S. has always been dominant in low-light fighting, catching their enemies completely unaware and off guard. Their enemies feared to face them, especially after the sun had gone down. But that is changing. That sun is now setting on America's supremacy in the dark, whether it be from insurgent forces to state actors.
All right, now that is a third generation plus night vision tube. Okay, and it has close to 150 line pairs. In fact, the resolution of the camera is cut back to cut it back because the resolution of that night vision is even better than that. Now, how can we tell that? You see how you can easily distinguish the camouflage on these guys, the lines here, you can kind of see his face. The camera is a little bit out of focus. That night vision tube is sharper than that. And look at the edges here. Look at the light through the trees right here. So this is approaching 100 to 150 line pairs of night vision. You can see all of the bright light over there. That's from a city, folks. That's not the sun going down. There's a city over there, and that's causing that bloom that you're seeing on the night vision over here. That's just because the military base is within 20 miles of a city.
The U.S. is struggling to keep pace with the sudden influx of cheap, effective Russian, Chinese, and now even Iranian.
A Russian night vision goggle is shit.
Night vision into the modern battlefield. Even their own technology is being turned against them by the so-called lukewarm allies that they provided it to. Former U.S. Secretary of the Navy John Lehman's famous statement to Congress back in 1991 that, quote, "we own the night," is no longer true. The night has always provided the greatest cover in warfare. Visibility is reduced, with many people sleeping and less alert. Ninjas took advantage of this. They were known to infiltrate their enemies completely undetected under the cover of darkness. But it wasn't until World War II that the night really began to be exploited through technology. These initial devices were large, bulky.
So this is an M60 tank, and this is an illuminator. They made these infrared, put an infrared filter over this so as that the sight on the tank could actually be illuminated by this, and you could see it. Now, if you were looking at the tank, you could see the red light, but you had to be looking straight at the tank.
And heavy, which really limited their use to that of.
This is a starlight scope, so this is first generation night vision. It has an infrared illuminator that's firing a beam out. It's reflecting off of that. We're illuminating it, and we're being able to see that through the photon multiplier. These things were huge, they were heavy, and didn't last very long. They had a battery that you had to carry on your back to use these for any extended period of time.
Scopes for snipers, and mounted devices for observation on vehicles and other dedicated.
It was the exact same thing in a ground station for observation with a big battery pack.
Units. As the technology improved, they became smaller and more capable. Gen 1 devices were able to amplify light around 1,000 times, which may sound like a lot, but
no, that's not true. That was a Gen 2 device that was able to magnify light 1,000 times.
Actually isn't much better than your own eyes after they adjust.
This is about how good Russian night vision goggles are right here.
Gen 2 increased that to tens of thousands of times and shrank.
No, that's not true either. Gen 2 would do 2,000 to 3,000 at the best, 4,000. And then we went to Gen 3 with 3,000 to 5,000. And Gen 3 Plus or Gen 3 Super, excuse me, is 30,000 light gain. This is a white phosphorus tube, and this is from an Omnibus 4 tube. I love Covert Cabal, but he's fucking wrong on this video.
The technology. The American PVS-5 was the first widely used night vision goggles that you often see in the movies. However, at first, these were made for pilots and truck drivers so they could operate better at night. Then, they were slowly adopted for use by ground units and special forces. Gen 3 further improved on the technology.
And that's my invention right there. That's a PVS-14. And the serial number on mine is 07 right here.
Technology with better and more consistent manufacturing methods, which made them more affordable.
And I have the original one.
Which enabled more widespread use. And finally today, what is referred to as Gen 3 Plus or Gen 4 and beyond.
No, that is not Gen 3, 4. That is the new image fusion tube. My God, I had no idea this guy was so fucking wrong.
And more consistent manufacturing methods, which made them more affordable, which enabled more widespread use. And finally today...
Okay, now this is a hybrid unit. This is the latest that the U.S. Army has. This is an image fusion device. This is infrared, this is thermal, and the two are shown together, one overlaid over top of the other. And you're getting ready to see another invention of mine, and that's where they do the image fusion of that. And then in addition to doing the image fusion of that, they actually show hot spots for human temperatures. That's my requirement. That's something that I mandated in 1997, was the augmentation of a night vision device with thermal and then the temperature difference. So basically what it does is, if it's not within the range of a human being, it doesn't illuminate it. Okay? So it looks at the ambient temperature. The thermal imager itself right here is a radiometric detector. No, I invented the PVS-14, is what I did. And I can show you that. I got a picture of it here. I'll show you the PVS-14 if you want to see it. But I made the original prototype for the PVS-14 in 1988. And I worked with this when it was brought to the military to test, so I know all about this. I was part of Digitized Soldier, SIPE, Land Warrior, Force 21, Land Warrior, Net Warrior, the New One Mafia, Blue Force Tracker. I started doing command control computers and communications, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance when it was just C2, when it was just command and control.
What is referred to as Gen 3 Plus or Gen 4 and beyond.
So this is a now they're not showing it here, but you see this port right here and this port right here. That's so that you can port additional power into it and you can port data into it, because this display will actually function as a heads-up display as well. So is that you can have an interface of a computer into this, and that interface of the computer can show maps, can show augmented reality, all kinds of things. This also has, and he doesn't talk about it here, this also has a built-in flux gate, and that flux gate allows you to see an azimuth. So you no longer have to look at a compass down in front of you to see which direction you're going. When you turn your head around left and right, it's giving you the bearing in the bottom of the screen. So you know what direction the target is, and you know what direction that you need to go to, and it'll tell you where your good guys are, where the bad guys are, and show it to you as you turn your head left and right, because the flux gate and inclinometer from within this device, that information is being fed back into the computer on the soldier as well. In fact, I can show you video of that.
And these night vision devices are...
And again, this is a white phosphorus tube.
Sensitive instruments that require careful assembly and regular servicing. For example, most devices require a nitrogen purge every 60 to 90 days.
No, that is bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. A night vision device does not require a nitrogen purge every 60 to 90 days. That is absolute bullshit.
Often more when used in harsher environments. Without routine maintenance, loss of nitrogen pressure in the optic allows condensation and dust to collect on the sensitive components inside. This will degrade image quality and could possibly cause permanent damage. With the recent gold rush of new civilian customers into the market, unfortunately, many companies focus too much on...
Okay, so here, this is, again, night vision device, thermal imager. This is an image fusion device right here. This is not. And then this knob right here, this is a variable intensity night vision device. You can actually change the gain on the ABC circuit to adjust the contrast for your eye.
On securing those new sales while ignoring critical.
And then this is a PVS 7, but this is a PVS 7 Delta. Now, the way you can tell that this is a PVS 7 Delta is, you see this ring right here? That's from yours truly. That modification came from me. This makes the illuminator a variable illuminator. You can go from a flood to a pencil beam coming out of that, so you can designate an enemy that you spot. So that's a PVS 7 Delta, just simply by that ring right there that you see around the illuminator.
Service and support. But this video sponsor focuses on that. The Commando is proud to announce their new night vision service department. Current offerings include the necessary, the right top in terms in their not sure which between options. Night vision widespread implementation. CommandoStore.com. Throughout the history of night vision systems, the U.S. has always...
Oh, so now I see why he says it needs to have a night vision purge every 60 to 90 days. That's so those guys can make a fucking living. That's just a lie. They don't need a nitrogen purge. In fact, you can take a set of night vision goggles, okay? And this is why, I mean, these people, I'm telling you. You can take a set of night vision goggles. Go get yourself a nitrogen tank. You think your night vision goggles need a nitrogen purge? Not a problem. Go get yourself a 5-gallon bucket. Go into a room, cut off the air conditioning in your house so there's no air swirling around all over the place. Get yourself a nitrogen tank. Put a regulator on it and have the regulator set to 2 pounds. Turn it on, have a small hose. Put that hose down into the bottom of your 5-gallon bucket. Turn on the regulator. Let 2 pounds of pressure come through the small, like aquarium tube line to fill the bottom of your 5-gallon bucket. Stand over the bucket. So it'd be on a countertop or whatever. Open up your night vision device. Take the lens off, take the battery pack out, open it up however you need to open it up. Turn it every direction that you can while it's in the bottom of that 5-gallon bucket. Then once you've flipped it over, turned it around and done everything you can, moving it around in the bottom of the bucket every which way you can, put the lens cap back on, put the battery cover back on, put the whole thing back together, and reach over and turn off your nitrogen. What have you done? You've just done a nitrogen purge. You've removed all the moisture, you've removed all the oxygen, and you've filled your night vision device with nitrogen. So now I see, now you see why they said, oh, it needs to be purged every 60 to 90 days. That's a crock of shit. It's an absolute crock of shit. The thing is hermetically sealed. Does not need to be purged every 60 to 90 days. That is, that's insane. Only a cheap piece of shit night vision goggle needs to do that. Mil-spec night vision goggles do not need to be purged every 60 to 90 days. So anyway, let me get back to the video here.
More or less been on top in terms of not only advanced technology, but also widespread implementation, training, and integration into combat operations. Night vision and thermal systems provide an amazing advantage, but they're not without their drawbacks. Night vision is monochromatic, and thermal imaging paints a much different picture of the world than we're used to, and more importantly, training in. It can become difficult at times to distinguish between friend and foe, especially in the stressful, high-intensity situations that accompany combat. For example, in 2017, a U.S. Army Ranger night raid on an ISIS compound resulted in the deaths of 2 soldiers, most likely from friendly fire. IR strobes, visible flashlights, and rifle fire were misidentified by friendly troops, likely underskilled and undertrained in infrared signaling and identification. And at the same time, Ranger medics were effectively utilizing their own night vision systems to treat patients in total darkness. The difference, in this case, between these 2 events was simply training. constant training is required to fully and effectively operate with this technology, and as the technology advances, constant retraining. While the
All right, now that's a chem light. That's an actual infrared chem light. And people don't know that, but chem light makes an infrared chem light. And you break and shake it, and you can use it for markers for guys with night vision goggles. And you can see that thing from 20,000 feet with a set of night vision goggles out in the desert, flying over the desert. And we sent thousands and thousands and thousands of those to Desert Storm.
The U.S. continues to lead in terms of technological supremacy, it has begun to fall seriously behind in the development of signaling standards, IR light discipline, and simple friendly forces identification. Official U.S. military documentation makes little mention of night vision systems in general, and even fewer for the identification of friendly personnel. Improving that will be a major necessity to operate effectively in the future. One technique used to distinguish between friend and foe is using IR strobes. These are little light beacons that flash that are worn by friendly units that can only be seen through either night vision or thermal devices.
Now that's a combination strobe right there. It's called a Firefly. And it's worn on the outside of the soldier's ensemble, preferably on his helmet. Now, I developed a version of Firefly that's different from all of these. My Firefly actually identifies a 4-digit number to you. So I can have up to 10,000 troops out there, and every single one of them has an individual ID. And basically what you do is you go through and you do your first digit, your second digit, your third digit, your fourth digit, and you make it whatever you want it to be. Then it has basically a binary code. So when you turn the light on and it starts strobing like that, inside that strobe period, there's actually a binary code. It's like a DPL, a digital private line. And that DPL allows you to identify using a camera that reads that DPL off the screen. You can fly over. So if you're doing command and control, so say for example, I've got a C-130 or an AC-130 flying a high orbit, or I've got a C-12 up there flying a high orbit, or even a Global Hawk. They're flying that orbit. They have an infrared camera. They can look down on the battlefield. They can see all the soldiers down on the battlefield. Now, because of the Firefly that I invented, every single one of those soldiers has an ID number on him. So I can say, soldier such and such and such and such that I see down there. I can say, you've got a target 300 meters to your northwest. Look out, they're coming your way. And I know exactly who that soldier is down there, and he doesn't have to be transmitting RF. See, a lot of people say, oh, well, you know, put Mafia on them. Put Blue Force Tracker on them. Well, you can't do that in special operations, because if you put a Blue Force Tracker on that guy, it means he's broadcasting RF energy, and that can be picked up by SDRs and other RF field detection devices in the area, and it'll give away that guy's exact position. You're giving him up. You're making them aware that he's there. Whereas that if I put a cup on the top of his head, and that cup on the top of his head has a flat LED, infrared LED in the bottom of it, so as that you can't see it from the sides, but it just fires straight up, and that cup has that data on him, I can talk to him. I can send encrypted messages to him. He doesn't have to answer to me. He's still getting the data from me. He's still getting, I know where he's at, and I'm not giving his position up. So we have a lot of technologies that the rest of the world has no clue about, and the rest of the world has no counter to. And what you're seeing right there is a prime example of it. And this is an infrared and a thermal beacon, both all in one, because this is a thermal imager image, and you're seeing it there.
Which help identify friendly forces. One problem, however, is that these strobes are not a standard equipment. They do not have a standardized pattern and are often bought aftermarket by soldiers that are not provided with them by their unit.
That motherfucker there is ancient. Oh my God.
Another problem is other countries like Russia, China, and now even Iran and others are quickly catching up in the IR spectrum. In the past, entire U.S. Special Forces units could shine IR lasers and signaling devices with impunity, but those days are gone. These Russian, Chinese, Iranian, and even captured U.S. night vision systems are being used against the U.S. by non-state actors.
No, that's because the Biden administration fucking left them in Afghanistan by the tens of thousands.
Taliban, for example, have been seen operating with U.S. night vision devices. And these other countries
That's an ACOG there.
have made some pretty serious leaps.
Now, this is a third gen plus tube right here.
Thermal, IR, and fusion imaging systems, as well as guided munitions. So that IR strobe, again, that the U.S. uses
That's a thermal strobe, not an IR strobe.
Be used against them, and pretty much make them a giant flashing target in the future. While the threats faced are not quite at that level yet, it's slowly becoming a reality for the U.S. Owning the night is not easy. Continuing to stay on top requires constantly innovating, deploying, and effectively operating the latest technology. It's true with night vision systems as well as any other technology, from tanks to aircraft to submarines. And there's still room for the tech.
That's a good tube right there. See how smooth that is across? Now it's seen. You see here, see these lights right here? See these dark spots right here? These are burn marks on the tubes. This is from looking at different light sources and so on and so forth. My PVS-14 has the prototype for PVS-14 has a burn spot just like that in the middle of it, but that's because I used a laser designator with it, and I used the laser for the crosshairs or the designation point, because in the original prototype I don't have crosshairs.
Technology to grow. One major upgrade has been combining both night vision with thermal. Night vision has always offered an incredible advantage, but if your enemy is using camouflage or there is minimal ambient light, you won't be able to see them. However, thermal, which picks up the differences in temperatures and requires no light whatsoever, can be combined to easily pick them out. Some of the latest technology, like the
Now, right there.
SQ-20 or ENVG, does just this. U.S. Special Forces began...
That is my requirement. You see this right here, where their body temperature is overlaid like that? That's my requirement that I wrote in 1997.
Using them back in 2008, and the whole U.S. military now has tens of thousands of them in operation.
Right there. Now this is Silhouette. Does the same thing.
Taking it a step further is...
In fact, this is recorded at Fort Benning, Georgia.
The latest ENVG-B. This has brought night vision and situational awareness practically to the same level seen in sci-fi movies and video games.
All right, now there. Let me go back.
Taking it a step further is the latest ENVG-B. This has brought night vision and situational awareness.
See here? Remember I told you about the azimuth on the inside? Where you can see the azimuth as you move your head around. And then here you are in relation to you and what's around you and what's in front of you, what's behind you. So you can get all of that. So there's a hostile building. And here you can see it's at a bearing of 111.28. It's 118.9 meters away. And so here you are. This is the channel that you're operating on over here. So this is what the inside of what I was showing you on that other night vision goggle. This is what you're seeing here.
Practically to the same level seen in sci-fi movies and video games. It can display information right into the device from any other linked tactical unit. This means a drone flying overhead, or really any other force operating nearby, can send it a live feed that its operator can see. It can also send out what it's seen to any other unit, all giving an unprecedented level of situational awareness. And this isn't just some far-off future technology. It is entering operational service right now. The challenge, as with any new technology, is learning how to use it effectively.
Now, you see that guy right there? If he was on my team, I would go up and put a boot in his ass. The moment I saw that. Why would I put a boot in his ass? Because this is called casting. This is where the illumination from the night vision device is shining back on his eye, and we have a wraparound cup that comes along the side of your eye to prevent that. So, because anybody and their brother with their naked eye can see that, as well as the enemy can see that with their night vision goggles. So if you're ever in a tactical operation, be sure to have that cup flip back around over the side of your eye to prevent this and to prevent you from getting your noggin blown off. Because all you have to do is put your crosshairs on that and squeeze the trigger, and this dude's brains are splattered all over the battlefield.
Figuring out what information a soldier needs and what just clutters their view, distracting them from completing their mission. It is a real challenge, not only to properly train your forces in its use, but to integrate it into joint operations, and also have it all at a level that's affordable and sustainable. So, there is still a rapidly advancing industry of new night vision technology, and the US is beginning to deploy it. But as other countries, such as China, continue to advance as well, going forward, it's becoming clear the US will no longer alone own the night. But real quick, I'm going to mark...
Yes, the U.S. will continue to own the night. We make the best night vision, the best thermal imagers, the best image fusion, and we have the most advanced technology. So for them to claim, and I was part of the Own the Night program, by the way, so I've forgotten more about night vision than this guy will ever fucking know. But the truth of the matter is, we will continue to advance. And also, I sell night vision goggles. It's on my site. I've got thermal imagers. Hell, I got thermal imagers here. I got night vision goggles here. I got a collection of shit. I got more stuff than what he showed you there. So with that, we're going to end this this broadcast. Make sure you subscribe to this channel because this is where our news is going to be from here on out. This is going to be our #1 channel. Additionally, and we're going to start a War Watch here as soon as this is over. Also, so be sure to sign up here, subscribe here. If you're not part of the KLW World News Network, now's the time to join. Go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up there, VIP, Platinum, or Gold. It'll get you on our private app so that you can see what's going on in the world in real time. It'll get you part of our safety net. It'll get you in our classes. By the way, there is a class on Sunday. That class on Sunday will be on Sunday at 3 p.m. Central. So it's 4 Eastern, 3 Central, 2 Mountain, 1 Pacific. And it'll be over before the Super Bowl starts, so you don't have to worry about that. We're going to be talking about radio communications, frequencies, and anything else that you guys want to cover. It's going to be an open class. We're going to talk about a lot of things there. We won't have the frequency list done, I don't think, for the new radio. I won't have time to test it, even if we do. So, but we'll be hopefully the following weekend or the weekend after that, the weekend after Valentine's Day, we're going to have another class, and hopefully we will have all of the frequency lists done for the radios and all of that up and done for our KLW World News members. So there's a lot going on, folks. Be sure to become a member. Well, if you want to learn about radios, Claude? I don't know, Claude. You kind of be like teaching. But we'll do our best to educate you, Claude. It's not easy to do. You might learn a thing or two about radios. We'll see if we can help you with that, because I know it'd be difficult for you. Yes, I'm talking about the 950, and we might even teach Claude something about a radio. We might even teach him something like PTT, push to talk. It's even we might teach him the difference between PL and DPL. So anyway, yeah, no, Ava's not here. But anyway, yeah, you should come to the class, Claude. You might learn something. I'm sure everybody else will. Now, Claude knows about radios. He knows how to spell radio. He knows that AM stands for amplitude modulation and FM stands for fucking magic. So, he knows a little bit about it. But anyway, we'll get him down here. And Claude's going to have a channel when Claude gets down here to Texas. He's going to have a channel that teaches radio. It'll teach you about boats and a few other things that he knows something about. So, he might even be teaching classes on solar. So, I will work on a map for Colombia. Colombia is not my priority right now. We're going to kick the shit out of Iran first, then we'll work on Colombia. We'll get that up and going. And so, like I said, we're going to set up a channel for Claude. We're going to get Claude all hooked up. Everybody can follow him over there. And you guys can join his channel, and he'll be able to teach you about ham radio. He'll be able to teach you about two-way radio, about solar, about boats, and a few other things. he's good for doing things other than just making smart-ass comments in my chat. Or at least the last time I checked he was. So anyway, with that, we're going to end this broadcast. I'm going to go do Beam MG. And, oh, look, wait a minute. There we go. Oh, it's just 3. There we go. I'm waiting to get 5 possums out there eating at once. I know it's going to happen. But anyway, I'm going to go do Beam MG. Racer put a link to the Freaky Fridays in there, so go over there and support us on Freaky Fridays. And donate to us because we got demonetized 2 days ago. So anyway, help us out, help Racer out, and be nice to Racer. He's sick as a dog, but he's still doing the Freaky Fridays tonight. So thank you for being here. I'm going to start this into a war watch for what's going on in Iran. I'm going to go do BMG. Racer's doing... do I know why I got demonetized? Yeah, they told me that my content wasn't original. Believe that or not. My content is not original. I got demonetized because I don't have original content. I just sat here and taught a class for a frickin' hour. This is not original content. So, yes, there was a polecat and 2 possums. So that's why they told us that they demonetized us and they demonetized us until June. So come over here, get signed up here, get signed up on the network. They'll keep us on the air. So thanks for being here. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday for our Monday show. And for those of you in the class, we'll see you Sunday. If there's breaking news in the meantime, we'll put it out over the network and we'll have a live stream for you. Yeah, roger that. Where's my prepper store? Hold on, I will get that for you. I have a prepper store, and by the way, we teach about that too. That's going to be over here, I think. Yep. So if you need to purchase equipment, we've got it all right here. This is all equipment that we have tested and we use. And here is the link to that. Right there. Amazon refuses to pay us for that too. We sold $100,000 worth of product off the store. They sent me $100. Now they're telling me that they can't pay me because there's a problem with the payment process, which has been the exact same for 7 years. Thank you, Amazon. Appreciate that. Have a great night, everybody.
That's all, folks.